podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, if you were paying attention earlier, you heard Dawn was under the weather, so I am pressed into duty for my friend Dawn Stensland. Get well quickly, Dawn. I am Mike Opelka, for those of you who don't know. I guess I'm the relief pitcher on WPHT. Happy to be here, thrilled to be here, honored to be here. And we're monitoring everything. The president just started his address at the UN, and there's a whole lot of formalities going on. We'll see if there's anything huge happening. But I have to kick off the show today with a gigantic event that happened yesterday inside the White House. The president holding forth with some of his team, the HHS secretary, the head of CMS, Dr. Oz, Dr. McCary, and the announcement regarding Tylenol, which produced a pretty funny clip from yesterday in the White House with Donald Trump trying to pronounce the drug name, the actual name of Tylenol, which I bet you if we stopped people on the street, most people couldn't pronounce it. Most people wouldn't be able to pronounce it.
Oh, come on.
Dan?
Acetaminophen?
Gesundheit.
Acetaminophen.
Here's the president.
Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
Well, we want to get the answers to this and talk about the issue of the rising trend of autism in America. And certainly the numbers are undeniable, but what's the real cause? Is it one cause? Can we pin it down to one thing? Somebody that I talk to all the time, a guy I greatly respect, Dr. Michael Roizen, from the Cleveland Clinic and from a website that teaches you how to live better and younger. It's called number 4, youngevity.com. Dr. Roizen's with us today. Dr. Roizen, thanks for being here, my friend. Should we stop taking Tylenol? I mean, not the guys. I'm talking about pregnant women.
We don't know the data well enough. There are very conflicting data, and a lot of data show that it is the safest of the pain relievers in pregnancy. So we've got to see more of the data. And what we do know was another thing they cited, which was the absence of folate or lack of folate in the diet. So in about the 1980s, we started putting folate with bread, with every, if you will, article that had grain in it, to try and increase that. And that decreased spina bifida by about 80%. And childhood cancers, if you take a prenatal multivitamin for 6 months before pregnancy. It decreases childhood cancers to age 6 by about 65% in the Canadian studies, which were the best that we had and still have. So we know that one of those B vitamins is very important. But whether Tylenol should be avoided or not, I think is still very much open to question. We have to see the data, but the data that they presented were not very good.
Well, I'd like to get specific data on it, so I hope we get more detailed information on this. There was also a discussion from Dr. McCary about something called leucovorin, and considered as a treatment. This is the first time I've heard this. Is there much data that you've seen about the benefits of leucovorin in order to help people currently with autism?
There are some case reports, that is individual reports of it helping some people. But again, we haven't seen any large-scale studies or any randomized, the gold standard for studies is randomized double-blind controlled trials. We haven't seen that with this. And so, but since this is such a desperate disease, I suppose they're trying to, if you will, offer patients this is a choice. I again believe that people who are specialists in autism, that is physicians, would be much better able to guide the individual patient, and that's what I think should happen. Since my wife has been and is a expert in developmental pediatrics, I try and stay as far away from that as possible. Michael, you probably do that with your wife at times as well, and staying away from areas she's an expert in. So I'm going to try and dodge every question on autism before I get manhandled at home.
Well, it's always important to find out what your spouse's expertise is and defer to that at all times, Dr. Roizen. Doctor, you and I talked months ago about the speculations about the causes of autism, and you talked about several things, because the early boogeyman was this tsunami of injections that we give to kids, starting almost as they're just out of the womb. And there were a lot of people demonizing vaccinations, and it looks like we're slowing the vaccination train down a little bit. But there were 4 issues that you said are regularly considered to contribute to autism, and only one of them was vaccines. One of the biggest ones that you brought up, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, was the amount of benefits, I guess I'm going to use that term and put air quotes around it, of benefits that are provided to the families and the doctors and the medical facilities. Could that be really a diagnosis for an incentivizing for diagnosis of autism?
Yes. So in other words, we think that about half of the increase in autism cases is due to the classification. In other words, if someone has ADHD, it's a different set of benefits they're eligible for. If someone has a other mental disorder, it's a different set of benefits. And the autism community has both lobbied and approached getting benefits for the kids appropriately, but those are much greater benefits for those children and their families than for other disease of childhood, for other mental conditions of childhood. And so consequently, about half of the increase we think is relating to that ability to, once you get that diagnosis, the benefits are substantially greater.
And there were also other contributing factors, the incentivizing of the benefits, the possibility of the overwhelming number of injections and vaccinations we give. And then the other one was what we consume. And you and I always talk about the foods we put in our body and the ultra-processed foods. Can we honestly say there is a link between some of these foods, the super junk foods, and the spike in autism?
Well, we know that it correlates strongly with the increase in ultra-processed foods. We don't know a cause and effect. There hasn't been a randomized, it's very tough to do randomized studies with food, but in the populations that eat what you would call unprocessed foods compared to those that eat processed foods, the unprocessed food group, children have a lower incidence of autism. That's right. But remember, they also do a lot of other healthy things in that group, such as exercise and such as taking prenatal multivitamins appropriately and seeing their physicians, their obstetrician, earlier in the pregnancy. So there are a lot of things that go with it. It's very hard to separate it out. The I think it's very difficult to answer this question. That's why what Secretary Kennedy is trying to do, and quickly, when a lot of groups haven't been able to do it over time, is very, very tough.
I see that. Now, the Amish were mentioned a couple of times yesterday, that they're a community that doesn't have autism. Is there something we should be saying? Why don't we all get on the Amish diet, the Amish lifestyle?
Well, that's the lifestyle I was trying to point out. But again, we don't know whether it's their genetic heritage. Remember, they have a different genetics too. They've been raised that way. Mm-hmm. So we don't know whether it is that or the physical activity they do or the communities they have and the stress management they have and the, if you will, the difference in their occupations, et cetera. There are a lot of things that are different.
Okay, and doctor, is it safe to say, and I was taught the principle, the idea of the paradox of ubiquity years and years and years ago, that says, if something is ubiquitous, if it's present everywhere in our lives, then you theoretically could tie it to everything. Then does it feel like the push to tie Tylenol to autism and Tylenol in pregnant women to autism falls into this paradox of ubiquity?
Well, it may. You don't want to say until we've got better data, but it seems like the paradox of ubiquity would be appropriate as a way of explaining the association that they have in a few of the data sets, and not in all the data sets. So a lot of the data sets don't show any association with Tylenol.
Well, this is one we need more information on, more data on, and we're going to be monitoring it. Dr. Roizen, I know you're a busy guy with a busy day. We appreciate you breaking off some time for us to share your input, your knowledge on this. I encourage everybody, follow Dr. Roizen. He's on Twitter X, Dr. Michael Roizen, but also check out the number 4 Youngevity. 4youngevity.com. It's where you'll learn to maybe live a little better, healthier, younger. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Michael.
Take care. There he goes. I think a sane voice on this. Dan, I know we have to go to break. We're going to check in on the president, but we also have to look into a unique situation that you pointed out to me.
Oh, okay.
That the company that offers an alternative to Tylenol and maybe also has an investment in the leucovorin drug that's considered as a treatment.
Yeah.
Maybe has some curious connections to investing in the United States. And in this minute, do we have a CO conspiracy on our hands?
I think so. You know me, audience. I always love to wear the tinfoil hat. Well, I don't always. From time to time, I like to put on the tinfoil hat, and I look at the news headlines from the past week, and Mike, it's concerning because 6 days ago now, a huge investment of $30 billion along with President Trump was announced by none other than GlaxoSmithKline. And GSK now is the, they let me get this right, they are the manufacturers of both Advil and Motrin. Advil and Motrin being big competitors to one Tylenol, owned by J&J and subsidiary there. So my question becomes, $30 billion within a week. Now we have an announcement by Trump that completely kills sales of what's arguably the strongest market competitor painkiller on the market.
Well, Dan, we have to say, though, with the declining birth rate in America, and let's consider pregnant women are a small slice of the population, is that really enough to kill Tylenol? Is that one sector of the population enough to drive a conspiracy theory? We'll talk about it.
Go ahead.
What do you guys think? What do you think of Dan's theory?
Can I add one more wrinkle to the theory?
Sure.
Because it's been announced, and you heard it yesterday during Trump's announcement, that there are potential reversals now on the market for autism. Who's the leader in producing said reversal of autism on the market? None other than Mike, GlaxoSmithKline.
Yes, they make leucovorin. That's the one drug that you just heard Dr. Royson talk about. Dr. McCary talked about it. So does Dan have a leg to stand on here on the conspiracy platform? 855-239-1210, 855-239-1210. It's Opelka in for Dawn on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Due to amazing customer feedback, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning is extending their summer financing promotion. No need to wait to replace that struggling system. CNC will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York's certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust, and your estimate absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Still asleep?
How cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork, so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cann's, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I don't mind making the speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
Damn it! Who typed a question mark on the teleprompter? For the last time, anything you put on that prompter, Burgundy will read.
Trump at the UN today, and as he got up to the podium in front of all the gathered nations at the General Assembly, the teleprompter wasn't working. If there's anybody in that room that I'm not worried about in terms of the teleprompter not working, I think it's President Trump. I think he is probably the only world leader who could hold forth and get his points across without benefit of the teleprompter. I know I'm prejudiced because I like the guy. But it also means there's a little bit of a high wire act going on here. Dan, can we just dip in just to see what he's talking about?
Yeah, let me just cue that up, Mike, and here we...
By the way, it's Opelka in for Dawn today. She's under the weather.
Hi, Mike.
$172 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through.
Yeah, that's. I think we're witnessing the teleprompters back in operation. You notice, not only because he's delivering the facts, but when the president turns to the right and then focuses on a statement, then he turns to the left, they have those two teleprompters that are on the little stands. They look like a little piece of glass, and that's where the speech is scrolling by. They run parallel so he can turn his head so he just doesn't look like he's... And I think there's a giant one in the back of the room. That's usually how they roll. But a little sidebar to this. Yesterday, Secretary Tom Homan was talking about the immigration situation. He was on with Laura Ingraham. And I think I have this clip here because I think it dovetails nicely into what the president was speechifying about. And it also dovetails nicely into something. Dan, do you know what the #1 selling beer in America is right now?
Yingling? Well, no, that's a pipe dream there.
That's in your household, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Just take a guess.
Bud Light.
It had been Bud Light before the Dylan Mulvaney thing.
Ah.
And then Bud Light went, and Modelo climbed to the top. So the Modelo beer was #1 for a long time. And it's just been announced that Modelo is no longer the #1 beer. In America, yes, it's Ecstasy of Gold. What a great song.
Great song.
It's but Modelo.
Who does it? Because I can never pronounce the guy's name. No offense to my Italian friends. Ennio Morricone? Is that it?
Ennio Morricone.
Okay, yeah.
Morricone wrote all the a lot of the music for the spaghetti westerns.
All right, sorry. Back to Modelo.
Yeah, but Modelo took the number one spot. Had been there for a long time since the Bud Light thing dropped. But it's now Ultra. Michelob, was it Bud Ultra? What's the one that's the low-carb beer in the slim can?
I think it's Ultra, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Michelob Ultra or something.
I think it's Michelob Ultra, yeah.
That's now the number one selling beer in America. So how did a Michelob Ultra go past Modelo? Is it
women?
Because it's a better tasting. Is it because of women?
I gotta say, Mike, I think the majority of beer drinkers, maybe the majority of beer drinkers now are women. With everything else on the market, the hard liquors, the different flavors, the seltzers, maybe Michelob Ultra is big because it appeals to a different demographic, and it's just exploded because of that.
Dan, I'm throwing the incorrect flag. I'm throwing a red flag at you. I challenge you. And it's only because I think the customer base has been diminished for Modelo.
Okay. I see what you're saying, yeah.
What happened to the customer base? Well, Tom Homan may be able to explain.
We have over 400,000 deportations and between CBP and ICE, and that's just since the president took office. The first 4 months of the fiscal year, we can't count them because Joe Biden wasn't doing anything. But here's what people need to understand. Two things. Number one, over 1.5 million illegal aliens, close to 1.6 illegal aliens already left the country on their own. Why? Because they see what ICE is doing out there every day. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because the great work of the men and women of the Border Patrol, the great work of President Trump and his leadership, but also because ICE is out there, over 1,000 teams all across the country arresting people. So a lot of people have left. A lot of people aren't coming.
So we've deported 400,000, more than that. And according to the estimates from the Border Czar, almost 1.6 million have left voluntarily. And I would bet you the overwhelming majority of those who have left and been deported, especially to the Spanish-speaking countries, were possibly Modelo customers. You lose a couple million of your customers, I think it's going to put a serious dent in the sales numbers for Modelo. And I don't see the people we were deporting being big advocates for the beer from Michelob Ultra. No, the skinny. I was at a golf tournament last Wednesday for the Catholic Youth Ministry, and they were serving the Michelob Ultra, and those guys were drinking them like water.
No,
I can't.
Were they?
Yeah,
is it you think it's a golfing beer?
Well, it was in the groups
water.
that I was. You know why they were drinking it? It was free. One of the beer sponsors was the Michelob Ultra.
Road Warrior says, youngest generation does no drink. I think it means does not drink. But your thoughts on that, Mike?
Yeah, there is a move away from alcohol consumption, and a lot of it seems to be pointing towards THC consumption or pot. In fact, my local liquor store in Wilmington, Delaware, has now sitting on the checkout counter little shots of lemonade with THC.
Wow, at a liquor store.
At the liquor store, you go because it's all legal in Delaware,
wow.
Retail legal.
Well, no, it's questionable because in Jersey too, you got like my buddy who was a regular drinker, lost incredible amounts of weight, looks fantastic, and switched to drinking. And he still has fun. He goes out with friends, but when he drinks, as you say, marijuana, THC beverages. And still has a nice time and finds himself much healthier. I don't know if there's truth to that, but my one example. He looks great. He's doing great. So
it's not enough data for Dr. Roizen.
No, my sample of one.
Well, there are serious concerns, and I caution all of my friends who said, yeah, well, drinking's bad, it's got all the sugar and all. Yes, I get that. But we don't understand what THC does yet to us. And there are some saying, especially to the undeveloped minds, the minds that are under 26 years old, that THC has serious problems causing psychosis. And so I'm all for everybody doing whatever's legal, but we also don't have any way to decide whether or not you're impaired when you're operating a motor vehicle.
That's a good point. I hate to say it's a good point.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try the little lemonade shot.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you have it today? Like live on air?
No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that'd be my call from HR from Stalker will be following. No,
well, you always come prepared, Mike. I mean, you're one of the best prepped hosts. I thought maybe you just whip out a lemonade THC shot ready to go.
I believe I'd be getting the inappropriate bell from Greg Stalker's office. Yes, we do have an inappropriate
Newman
bell.
says flower is the best form of THC.
Yeah, he's saying you should get the bud.
Yeah.
Smoke the bud. Look, Newman, you're talking to Noah about the flood. I smoked my weight in college,
Did
but
you?
I haven't. Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
But
that.
I have not consumed in probably 40 years. That's right, man. Don't criticize it. Don't criticize it, Bob Marley.
No, not Bob Marley. Peter Tosh. Mike.
Oh, that's Peter Tosh.
Get one wrong. Woo!
Sorry.
Yeah. Sue says you can buy THC drinks in NJ, as I just said. She says makes you high. Seems like she has some experience with it.
Well, you know, they do. I worked with Montel Williams years ago. And Montel Williams had government weed. He had U.S. government marijuana. And he would smoke 1 hit per hour during the daytime to deal with his MS because he had serious pain from it. And it allowed him to work and operate, but he had a scientifically grown version of legal marijuana.
Oh, okay.
And he had one that would deal with the pain that he would use during the day, and then in order to go to sleep at night, he had another one. And he actually used to carry around...
sativa and indica, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He knew them all. Yeah. He wants to be the famous Amos of pot. That was his dream. Which, you know, good for him. I think he
like
owns...
cookies, some like weed, you know?
Yeah, well, he could combine both, actually. Because you could handle the munchies with the...
All right, sorry to take you off track there. What about your friend?
No, you did. But so we've had government-controlled medical marijuana for a long time. But I still don't think we know enough. But this all started when we were talking about Tom Homan. I want to play one more piece of this clip from Homan. Because Tom Homan was talking about, look, we've had 400,000 deportations, 1.6 million self-deportations. That's not enough. And it's about to get crazier.
Which helps to secure that border. And that was a part of the strategy from the beginning. We said if we show consequences, we show them we're actually out there looking for them, many will leave. So we knew with a large population leaving, over 1.5 million have. But what's to come? ICE is getting 10,000 more agents. Right now they got 5,000 deportation officers. We're tripling the size of the workforce. We're adding more detention beds. We're adding more flights and more transportation. So the numbers are going to explode here.
So the deportations are about to explode. So, Dan, we need to send a memo to the guys at Modelo. Your sales numbers are about to go through the basement. They're just about to drop. I think I'm correct on this. I think I'm absolutely correct. What? And I did hear from one of the members of the golf posse who was out at the benefit last Wednesday, who said that he doesn't like Michelob Ultra, but he didn't have problems consuming it because it was free.
Road Warrior again says, Mike, buy you lunch if you do the next fill-in stoned. Think about it. It's a win-win.
Only if it's Tony DeNix. If we get DeNix sandwiches, I'm in. No, we should. You
could like just completely betray me, and I'll forever love you for bringing me DeNix the first time I ever met you.
Well,
it's a great first impression device.
Well, I like to come with my arms full when I come to somebody's event or to their home. But yeah, Road Warrior, wouldn't it be interesting to do? And morning radio used to do this all the time in conjunction with like Mothers Against Drunk Driving. You would take one of the co-hosts. Like theoretically, if we put Nick on a 1 beer every half hour schedule during the morning show and then tested him with a breathalyzer to see how quickly he becomes diminished, that might be interesting. But I'd like to do the same in a parallel test with THC, because I think a lot of people believe pot is harmless, and yet if you're driving 6,000 pounds of metal down the highway at 65 miles an hour and your reactions are slowed, that's not good for anybody.
So, like, could we put down, like, a piece of duct tape and have you walk a straight line and all, like they do in DARE class?
9 steps, turn around, do it back. I'm all ready. I'm all ready
for the nose, you know.
And then follow the pen. Don't move your head. That's one of the great ones. We have to take a break. I have so much to get to today. I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, Guy Shiraki is going to join us next hour.
11:30, yes, sir.
Love the Guy Shiraki. And I listened to most of Kamala's audiobook, so you don't have to.
Are you sure you don't want some marijuana? After what you've had to go through.
I might need it, man. I might need it. Rastafarian forever. It's 10:47. It's Opel Kid for Dawn on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, man.
Scammers, stalkers, criminals. They're looking for your personal information and finding it easier than you think. With Incogni, you can reduce your personal information exposure on the web. Your name, address, and phone number are shared on hundreds of public websites right now. Your family details, even where you live. It's all online, collected and sold by data brokers without your consent, putting you at serious risk. Someone could show up at your door, use your information to steal your identity, send scam messages to your parents, or drain your accounts in minutes. Incogni removes your personal data from hundreds of websites that expose your details, making it much harder for the wrong people to reach you. Because if they can't find you, they can't harm you. Get 1 year of Incogni Unlimited for 55% off today at Incogni.com and let Incogni remove your personal data from the web for you. That's INCOGNI.com. Take back control of your privacy and reclaim your peace of mind.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
This is not reggae.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
this
is.
Garbage.
What? Dan, this is third world.
It's not reggae though.
Yes, it is.
No,
this is Try Ja Love, man.
This is Ja Love. Oh,
yes, Try Ja
I
Love.
thought you were saying to Try Ja Love, like the song.
Well, that's the message.
The name of the song is Try Ja Love.
It's one of the biggest religious songs in the reggae world. I heard you call when I was in temptation. It's a great song.
I don't hear one steel drum.
So frustrating.
It's not reggae. It's 80s alternative.
No, it's not. It is third world. You got to check these guys out.
Some reggae. Here's reggae. Give me some Toots and the Maytals. Give me some Bob Marley, Peter Tosh.
Toots and the Maytals are more of a New Orleans party band than anything else. Come on. We need to get Phil in here. Phil, of course, will straighten this out.
True arbiter of music.
He is the judge, jury, and executioner of music. Absolutely. It's very good. Anyway, it's Michael Pelka. I'm in for Don Stenslin today. We will get into the Kamala Harris book, 107 Days, which was released yesterday. Dan, I can't play the clip that I sent you. Can you play it? Because I'll set it up.
You want me to play it as if she were drunk?
No.
Oh, you just want a normal speed?
Yeah, because
okay.
I want to explain it, and then maybe we will make it as if she were drunk. But Kamala Harris's book was released, and she recorded the audiobook. And for anybody who knows anything about the audiobook world, it takes a lot of time to read an audiobook. And this one is about 9 hours long. I go through at least one audiobook a week, but I tend to listen to them at 1.5 times speed or 1.25 times speed, so you can really compress it because your brain can pick it up. But I started listening to Kamala Harris's audiobook, and I was stunned at the opening message of Kamala Harris's audiobook. These are the very first words that are written in her book after she thanks her staff for their devotion.
The amount of energy necessary to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it. Alberto Brandolini. I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I was born like this. Kendrick Lamar.
She just quoted Kendrick.
DNA.
So she quotes an Italian genius about what it takes to refute BS. And she's not wrong. And then she quotes Kendrick Lamar. These are the opening words of her book. I'm just telling you, we as a nation dodged a bullet. We dodged a hypersonic nuclear missile coming in from the crazy sphere.
She quoted Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick Lamar and Bertolini.
You know who also quotes Kendrick Lamar?
Who?
Your standard 40-year-old drunk woman at the bar.
The amount of energy necessary to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it.
Does that sentence even make sense?
It's 2:00 in the morning, lady. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Got royalty inside my DNA. I was born like this.
Yeah, she was.
Kendrick Lamar. DNA.
Yep. We'll dive deeply into Kamala Harris's book just around the corner. It's Michael Pelka in for Don Stenslin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When the whistle blows, the savings begin at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar, has the playbook, and you score big during the Blow the Whistle sales event.
Here's a customer who's got the ball. Look at these offers.
A brand new 2025 Hyundai Palisade for $399 a month. A 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe for only $299 a month.
And she scores with a 2025 Hyundai Tucson for only $199 per month, only at Colonial Hyundai.
Oh, wow. Here comes a trade that has taken some heavy hits.
No worries. Colonial Hyundai will give you $6,500 for your trade. Guaranteed, no matter the condition.
Touchdown! And every new Hyundai comes with the best protection in the game. America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Get off the sidelines, run to Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown, or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
COLONIAL, Colonial.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This Wednesday, September 24th, the Miller Theater welcomes Ryan Reynolds and Rob Mack for a special one-night-only event you won't forget. Be there for the exclusive screening of John Candy, I Like Me, a brand new documentary celebrating the life and legacy of one of comedy's most beloved icons. After the film, Ryan and Rob take the stage for a live Q&A filled with stories, surprises, and heart. Net proceeds benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. For tickets, go to johncandy.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA.
Oh, we're doing the remix. Kendrick Lamar remix with Kamala Harris. That's great.
I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA.
I like it. We may have started something here. Dan, you should get a royalty if they release that.
Yeah. I'll take
Yes, you should.
Yeah, I'll take any royalties. Take any money.
I hope we don't get a strike on the YouTube channel for that, but we'll see. It's Michael Pelka. Dawn's under the weather. She should be back tomorrow. I know she's feeling better because she's sending all kinds of text messages with great stories.
Oh, is she?
She is. Dan, do you believe in the veracity, the legitimacy of artificial intelligence research like that provided by Grok?
No.
So you don't trust Grok?
No.
Really?
No. Do you?
Well,
do you?
yeah,
blind,
I do.
You blind faith in the all seeing Grok?
No, trust but verify.
Okay.
I'm a Reaganite.
Yeah, I don't discredit it when I see it. So yeah, I trust but verify. I guess you can qualify me for.
Okay, so the question was posed to Super Grok, which I subscribe to Super Grok. It's the upper tier, faster than fast version of Grok.
Do you subscribe to ChatGPT too?
No.
Oh, just Grok. You're Team Grok.
My wife is Team ChatGPT to the point where she talks to it. I call it Chad because it's like her boyfriend.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Better watch out.
Yeah, she talks to Chad all the time. But Grok seems to be, for me, if you pose the prompt correctly, you get very accurate information. So I asked Grok during the break, is the music from the band Third World considered to be reggae?
Okay.
Fair point, fair question, would you say?
question.
Here's the response, Dan. Yes, the music from the band Third World is considered reggae. Formed in 1973 in Kingston, Jamaica. The band is widely recognized as one of the pioneering and influential reggae bands, blending traditional reggae with elements.
This sentence is important. Blending
traditional
reggae
with elements of funk, soul, and jazz.
So they're not traditional reggae.
Their sound is often described as reggae fusion.
See? So they're not reggae.
But they are reggae.
No, they're reggae fusion.
Okay.
So let me ask you this one,
Dan,
Michael. I'm going to pose a question to you. Wrestling calls itself sports entertainment. That's because it's not a sport. It's sports entertainment, similar to reggae fusion. It's not reggae. It's reggae fusion.
No, Dan. You're apples and oranges here. Two things can be true at the same time. Don't be caught in the prison of two ideas.
I got you on that one, my man.
No. Sports entertainment just means it's entertainment where you sweat. That's what makes it a sport.
I did hear I do hear a steel drum on this one, though, Mike.
Well, I think possibly the biggest hit from Third World was Now That We Found Love, which the late Heavy D, lifted and used for a massive hit back in the day. But, it's driven. There is the steel drum. You can hear it. And the big bass.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
No.
Listen. Hear it?
No, that's a snare, isn't it?
Okay, we're driving
shopping
people
in a late 80s fashion store.
Yeah.
Oh, I know this song.
Yeah. One of the biggest hits ever in the reggae world.
I can feel it, yep.
Yeah. Now that we found love, what are we going to do, Dan? Anyway, it's Michael Pelkett for Dawn. We have Guy Shiraki joining us at the bottom of the hour. The President of the United States has been addressing the United Nations General Assembly, or UNGA, as the cool kids call it. Not really the cool kids. I used to live 2 blocks from the UN. When we lived in New York City for 23 years, just around the corner, and everybody in the neighborhood dreads this week because all of these stupid diplomats come to town and everybody's dressed in their traditional attire. The business people in countries like the first world countries, they dress in suits. Like Trump's wearing a nice suit. The First Lady is dressed to the nines. She looks great. But some of these nations from around the world, they come in their traditional garb. And I always think of some of the early scenes in the Arsenio Hall Eddie Murphy movie, Coming to America, when they first show up in Queens. You know what I'm talking about, Dan? They're dressed in the I forget the country they were in. But yeah. So that's what the UN UNGA always looks like to me. And one of the funniest things happened, I think it was last night. Dan, I believe you sent this to me, the French president, Emmanuel Macron's car.
Oh,
Are you
have
able?
that? Because I don't have that.
I have it. I realize you can't play the video because the name of the account has a bad word in it.
I think I'll still play the video here. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Can you play it?
Yeah. Just give me 1 sec. I'm pulling it over on my other computer right now.
So other than Donald Trump addressing the UN, and he really took it to the UN as it relates to climate change, he called them out in no uncertain terms, telling them that it was a scam and that the rest of the world, jealous of America, had penalized us, wanting to charge us $1 trillion. Meanwhile, China was really getting hit with no restrictions, and Russia was using rules from the 1990s. But it was all meant to try and level the playing field, because the United Nations is a socialist-based system.
Got it now.
They want everybody to be leveled. So they want to take away any idea of inspiring people to do better. But last night, on the east side of New York, the motorcade for the French president, Emmanuel Macron, was pulled over by the NYPD. And in case you haven't seen it, this was pretty funny.
I'm sorry, I'm the president. I'm really sorry. It's just that everything's in frozen right now. There's a motorcade coming right now. That's why. I'm sorry.
If you don't see it, let me cross. How are you? Guess what? I'm waiting in the street because everything is frozen for you.
So Macron picked up his cell phone and called Trump's cell phone and said, "Hey, Donald, I am pulled off to the road. Could you please do something? I'm stuck.
Guess what?
I am screwed here on the streets of Manhattan."
I'm waiting in the street because everything is frozen for you.
I just love it.
How are you?
How are you?
Guess what?
Guess what?
Guess what? What he's not saying, Dad, is my wife is in the car and she's furious.
Wife?
Yeah. Well,
that's never mind.
According to her.
That's where we'll have that conversation.
I'm very interested to see what's going to become of the suit which has been filed in the town where I live, in Wilmington, Delaware. The Macrons are suing the bejesus out of Candace Owens for claiming that Brigitte Macron was born a man or born a boy.
We do not have any similar beliefs here on the station 1210 WPHT. To underline that with a legal disclaimer, thank you.
Yeah, we don't want to be a part of that. Because just the legal fees are going to be absolutely killers. This is going to be nasty.
Still a page from Matt DeSantis there.
Very good. Speaking of which, today, and I know the morning show, Kale and Company, talked about it at length, there is going to be a return to the airwaves on ABC of Jimmy Kimmel. Tonight, we learned Kimmel's show will air, but there are some 38 stations from the Sinclair chain, and I think another 32 from Nexstar, who may not show it. They are considering, I know Sinclair said, at this point they are preempting until such time as they actually hear whether or not it's a good idea, if Kimmel has changed enough. So I don't know if they fixed it yet. And that 32 and 38 station group, so 70 stations, not all of them are ABC affiliates, of course, but it's enough that it would significantly affect what could be a big ratings night for Kimmel. So are you going to stay up late? Dan, you're obviously able to stay up late and watch it. I can't.
Yeah. What channel is it on?
ABC, allegedly.
Oh, crap. Is that the same? Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I got Dancing with the Stars and I'm committed to tonight. And I think that's ABC. So
That is ABC. So
I think we're going to be going right into it, Mike.
Wait, you watch Dancing with the Stars?
What, you don't?
It's into the third season. Tom Bergeron, who's an old friend, who's made a mountain of money off of that show, called it Dancing with the Reasonably Familiar.
That's what it is, yes.
Because who's on the show? The only people I know that are stars are Andy Richter, the guy who was Conan O'Brien's couchmate.
Yeah.
And Hilaria Baldwin.
Yeah, and she's...
Alec Baldwin's baby machine.
She's very interesting to watch, Hilaria, because she's also, claiming now that she was a professional dancer at one point in her life, and I don't know where the truth ends and the lies begin with her, but yeah.
Now
it's nobody famous. I sit there, I watch it because Maisie has to watch every other day of the week, it seems like now, NFL football. So the only night it's not on is Tuesday, which is when they stuck Dancing with the Stars. So I got to watch that crap as like a payback to the accountant.
Boy, I understand that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that has to happen. Are there any other famous names on it, or is it Dancing with the Reasonably Familiar, as Bergeron called it in the third season?
You know what's huge this year? I don't mean to not answer your question, but there's a big Mormon show, and there's like multiple couples from a Mormon show. The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Have you heard about this show?
Yeah, but guess what? I don't care.
Yeah, it's kind of like a new Real Housewives. I'm surprised I haven't been forced to watch that one yet.
We don't watch Real Housewives. If it ever shows up on the DVR, it gets deleted immediately.
Yeah.
That's my privilege. I'm allowed to delete it and make room for cop shows.
Jimmy Minnelli asked us to move the topic away from Kimmel. Are you happy we moved it away to Dancing with the Stars?
Yeah, no, we should go to Kamala, because we should talk about Kamala's book, because before you know it, Guy Shiraki will be here, and we have to talk about Guy's new columns on Broad and Liberty, which we'll get to. But
final thing, though?
Yeah.
Topanga's on Dancing with the Stars if you need a reason to watch.
The only Topanga I know is a canyon out in California. What the hell is a Topanga?
The crush. Everyone had one from Boy Meets World, growing up. Yeah.
I never...
Well, that would be creepy for you to have a crush on her, Mike.
Yeah, I think so. I feel...
Put that out there. She was older than me.
Boy Meets World...
Yeah.
Baron
Davis, NBA point guard, Jordan Childs, Dylan Efron, the lesser famous brother of Zac Efron, Corey Feldman.
I've heard of him.
All right, sorry, we're off. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, but it's good to know Topanga's getting work.
Yeah, Jimmy, good point. I did not know that Corey Feldman was still alive. I got to say that was the exact phrase that came out of my mouth when I saw him.
Yeah, but which of the Coreys is gone?
Haim.
Corey Haim is gone.
Yeah.
Corey Feldman, was that the one that was with Michael Jackson?
Yep. And Corey Feldman's the one that Barbara Walters shut down on The View when he tried exposing Hollywood long before it became a thing.
Oh, on the child predator thing, yeah. That's a shame. So he's on Dancing with the Stars. No, Topanga's on Dancing with the Stars.
Topanga and Corey Feldman side by side.
I feel bad
Hilaria
for
Baldwin.
Topanga's not her name, is it?
No, it's Danielle Fishel.
I feel bad for anybody that nobody knows their name. They just call them by what their TV name was. Hey, Topanga, how are you? She's at the grocery store. Look, it's Topanga. No, it's Danielle. All right, let's get to Kamala Harris. She put out a book, an audiobook version, and the book came out today, 107 Days. And we played that opening moment. And we should share that opening moment once again. Kamala Harris's book, in audiobook fashion, is 9 hours long if you listen to it. And I'm going to get through the whole thing because I know there's more gold to be mined from it.
We'll see you at 8:15. Going to start it now?
Sorry?
So we're going to play the whole thing starting now, right?
That's it. It'll and the Zioli will show up. Sometime in the middle of Zioli's show, it'll be over. But no, at the very beginning, she thanks not Dougie, not Joe Biden, but she thanked her staff. And there was about a 10-second clip of thanks to the people who stood by me. I'll never forget you. And then she opened the book with this.
The amount of energy necessary to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it. Alberto Brandolini. I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I was born like this. Kendrick Lamar, DNA.
Just amazing. That's how she opened the book. Now, that was slightly slowed down, right, Dan?
Yeah, I got to say that was accidentally. I ran the drunk version.
Okay, yeah, we call it the drunk version. It could be Kamala with a little THC. Who knows? A little callback to the early hour of the show today. But in the book, I'm into the very early part. I got a couple of clips from this that I want to talk about. She was upset when she got the call from Joe Biden, and he wasn't going to endorse her at the same time when he was going to announce that he was dropping out of the race. And I kind of understand her anger on this, because if I'm in her shoes, I would have wanted that. I would have wanted the president to say, look, I can't do this, but Kamala's ready to go. And here's how she explained it.
I want you to do this, he said. He would endorse me, he said, but not for a day, maybe two, when he would make an address to the nation. That would be ruinous. And I said so. Joe, I'm honored, but we live in a 24-hour news cycle, and if you wait that long, the airwaves will be full of nothing but questions. Why has he not supported his VP? If you want me to be in the strongest position, you have to endorse me now.
She's right. She's certainly not wrong. Biden kind of set her up to fail. But the interesting part about this that I want to point out to you is that just prior to that, Kamala Harris was trying to make herself out to be a saint and say that she was the only person, the only choice to replace Joe Biden. And why was that? Why was that? Listen.
I knew I was the candidate in the strongest position to win, the most qualified and ready, the highest name recognition, a powerful donor base. And I also knew, as he did, that I was the only person who would preserve his legacy. At this point, anyone else was bound to throw him and all the good he had achieved right under the bus. So she opens the book after she quotes Kendrick Lamar by saying that she was the logical choice because she wouldn't be the one to ever throw Joe Biden under the bus. I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. And then she proceeded to throw him under the bus. It is wonderful. I did have some fun with this book because I tweaked it and slowed it down by 30%. And to me, Kamala Harris sounds hammered and sounds more like what we project her to be, because we talk about the word salads. So we'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll share with you some of Kamala Harris's slowed down version. I call it Drunk Kamala, reading her own book. It's Michael Pelkin for Don Stenslin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Living heart healthy means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 Soft Gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue's 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply that code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
What was that?
That's UB40. Come on.
I know, but what was what you just took in your mouth?
What's that?
You just took something out of your mouth.
Yeah, and a lozenge in my mouth.
Sorry, you weren't you weren't even on camera. I just had to.
I know Dan's pulling back the curtain. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's Michael Pelkin for Dawn, and we started off the rails. We ended Kale and Company playing around with the crossover, and the madness has continued. And it wouldn't be a Michael Pelka emergency fill-in for Dawn Stensland. Get well, Dawn. Expect you back here tomorrow. Without saying hello to our friend Ed from Delran. Hello, Ed.
Hey, Michael Opelka is always on the ball, even in the fall, so you know I'm always giving him a call.
I love it.
Beautiful.
We haven't even had 24 hours of fall, and you're already deploying the fall reference. Good job, Ed.
Thank you, sir. Now, listen, I want to talk about the New Jersey gubernatorial election, and I'm going to tell you something you're going to love.
Okay.
This Mikey Sherrill is no Kamala Harris. She's way smarter and makes more sense than Kamala Harris ever did with one sentence.
I don't know. She seems like she's capable of word salad.
Did that
rhyme? But what? I don't know. I wasn't looking for a rhyme.
Did you watch the debate? I watched the entire thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there were a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say I love the fact she's getting called out for her wealth creation for herself. And the fact that when she was on with Charlemagne the God, and she couldn't remember if she made $7 million. And if you made $7 million in the stock market, would you forget it?
I would not. No, I wouldn't forget it because I'd be out of New Jersey so fast it'd make your head spin because this state is horrible under Democratic leadership.
Yeah, they'd have their hands in your pocket. They'd be taking. They would remind you made $7 million because they would want a chunk. They'd want to get their big sweat about it.
You darn tootin' they'd want it because even when you leave and you sell property in New Jersey, which I have in the past, you got to pay a transfer tax to the state just to sell it.
Sure. Yeah, they got to get their. They got to get their beaks wet. That's why we need Republican leadership in Jersey.
Hey, and we need a shake-up and we need a wake-up.
Well, Ed, here's the thing. We need a shake-up versus the current shakedown, because that's what's going on. Shake-up and the shakedown.
Michael Opelka is sounded profound with the pronouns.
Thank you, brother.
Didn't rhyme with Opelka again, though, Ed.
I don't encourage him. He'll be up all night.
When he was talking to the New Jersey gubernatorial, I was so excited for a rhyme with Chitterelli.
I know. I know. We'll see. He'll work on it. I got to get to the drunk Kamala here. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. Kamala Harris's audiobook, it's just real enough to sound like it could be her, right? She She actually was talking in the book. It's about an hour and a half into it when she brought up the fact that Donald Trump questioned her race.
Hurtful and degrading comments are sadly part and parcel of running for office these days.
Sounds drunk, doesn't she? I mean, she absolutely
100%.
sounds hammered. But wait, there's more.
You can't endure it at this level unless, above all else, you care about the people who you want to represent and the things you will be able to do to make their lives better.
I'm just waiting for that woman at the end of the bar to go, I love you, man. Thank you for the drink.
If you do care about that, then there's no time to wallow in self-pity or lament the unfairness of it. Not that you don't feel it. Not that it's okay. It is what it is.
See, that should have been her bumper sticker. Kamala Harris, 107 days.
It is what it is.
Would have been a home run. Would have been an absolute home run. The other clip that I did slow this down just so some of the liberals listening don't lose their minds. We're openly admitting it. Kamala Harris welcomed Angela Merkel to breakfast. And Kamala Harris talking about being on time made me laugh.
In the summer of 2021, during her final trip to Washington as German Chancellor.
See, just that phrase, slow down. She's slurring. It sounds like she's slurring, doesn't it, Dan? Is that unfair? She's during her final trip. Ossifer, I have not been drinking any bucking fear. That's it. Bring back Afro Man. Kamala Harris, again, talking about Angela Merkel.
I hosted Angela Merkel for breakfast at the Vice President's residence. I am a stickler for being on time.
Sure
I
you
feel
are.
it's a mark of respect.
Yeah.
Everyone's time is valuable. But sometimes schedules go sideways and I fall short.
Yeah, after 3 or 4 cocktails. Honestly, Angela, sorry I was late.
That would not happen with the Chancellor. Germans value punctuality, and I was determined we wouldn't come off as overly casual Americans.
Germans value punctuality. You know, I've heard those Germans, they really value the punctuality.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. We're going to talk to Guy Shiraki just around the corner.
I got royalty inside my DNA.
It's never going to get old. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for saving America and not letting us have that lady as our president. Stepping aside, as I said, when we come back, Guy Shiraki will join us. We'll talk about his column. I may have one more Kamala. I may have one more we have to play. It's Opelka in for Dawn on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
A warm and humid air mass will continue to build into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a late day shower or storm, high up around 85. Tonight, a shower or storm possible this evening, otherwise partly cloudy. It'll be mild with a low 68. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and humid with a high 83.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. How much I just love the work they've done in my home. Oh, my patio doors. You know by now, if I needed new windows or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. So what you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they can also replace your old roof. Yes, they've got you covered, literally. Family-owned and operated, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've been around for more than 30 years. And they are committed to providing quality work by paying attention to every detail. They spend the time. to understand your needs, educate you on your options, and that is truly the Chapman family difference. So whatever you're thinking about with your exterior renovation, the windows, whatever that project looks like, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
September's here, and so are the savings at Hester Chevrolet. Cruise in the fall with a zero down payment lease on a new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, just $299 a month, or a new 2025 Chevy Trax, just $259 a month, or lease a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $399 per month for 39 months. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, or check us out online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-400-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Debate camp is awful. They break you to make you. They prod at all your missteps, all your weaknesses, find holes in your arguments, savage your delivery. It leaves you feeling barely competent.
Kamala Harris talking about debate camp. It leaves you feeling barely competent. Is that her excuse? It's Michael Pelka. And yes, in all honesty, I have slowed her down a little bit, because that's from the audiobook, 107 Days. I got it as one of my 2 selections this month from audible.com, where I do trying to get at least 2 books a month.
You wasted one of them on this crap?
Oh, Dan, the comedy is worth it alone.
I guess.
You know, it's one of those things. I have one more, but shouldn't we bring in Guy Shiraki here so he can enjoy this? Our friend Guy Shiraki, Coach Guy. You know him, you love him from Broad and Liberty. I love talking to Guy as often as I can on the radio because his stuff is just great. And I think his mother-in-law loves me too. So, Coach Guy, welcome, my friend.
It's true, and Dorothy is your number one fan, so I'm sure she's listening. And I told Dan, I'm surprised because I thought when Kamala did her big book, it would be like a pop-up book, and we would see like the White House, and when she stopped in a Wawa, and she could explain it to us, because I thought that would work much better for her and for her audience. But
you know,
not, so I enjoy it.
You know, Guy, it's funny because before the election last fall, somebody had the genius idea to come out with a paperback book called The Wit and Wisdom of Kamala Harris, and it was a blank book. And this guy sold thousands of them on Amazon. I bought 5 of them and gave them to my golf posse. My buddy Jim from Tom and Son Auto has one, and I think he carries it with him at all times. It's a blank book. It's brilliant. I have one more clip from Kamala. I know it's your time, and we got to talk about your columns in Broad and Liberty, especially when we talk about what's going on in local politics. But I have one more short one from Kamala, just for no reason at all. I have to play this.
There had been no follow-up discussion. In our relationship, it was common for him to test out ideas on me, and until he decided, I had no reason to believe it would actually happen.
Now, that's in reference to a conversation that Kamala Harris claims happened in the Situation Room when Biden looked at her before he had dropped out of the race and said, I'm thinking about dropping out. And what do you think? And she apparently told him she was ready. She was ready to do it. She's ready to go. And it didn't end up very...
Give me a break.
Very
Gosh
well.
almighty.
There's so much fun. I've only gotten through about a third of the book, guys, so there may be more comedy to come. I'm just saying. Just floating it out there.
No, it's gold. And the thing is, it will be timeless because she will go on for a long time, and I'm sure through the next several years we'll have her. She'll flirt with coming back as governor, coming back as senator, running for president. So it will be timeless, and each time she does, we can just go back to her own book in her own words and listen to her muse about life and her thoughts on life and what America should be like and how she was wronged. And the wit and wisdom of Kamala Harris. I still think she missed out with a pop-up book, but maybe that'll be next.
Maybe. It might happen. There's still plenty of time. You know, if this one sells well, which... Dan, do you have a number? Can you do a quick check and see what they paid her for this book? I think it was much more than what Joe Biden got, because the Obamas got a boatload of money for their books, and I don't know what Kamala got. The other thing, and Guy, I don't think you're wrong. Stephen A. Smith, who I still believe is going to be a candidate for the Democrats in 2028, whether it's a VP or not. Stephen A. Smith basically went scorched earth on Kamala Harris and said that she's done. Her political career is over. But you think she's never going away?
Well, no, because she's, having been vice president, go back to California. I mean, you know the reality. I mean, all you have to do is win a Democratic primary in California, and for her to decide to be senator again or governor, she just has to get through a primary. Now, the fun part is if she re-enters a race for president, governor, or senator, we can just sit back and watch because we won't have to do a thing except you'll just play clips from Adam Schiff and Gavin Newsom and Josh Shapiro because they will savage her to death, and that will be fun to watch because the people that told us that she was brilliant and insightful and ready from day one will explain to us. They'll all sound like Mike Opelka and Rich Cioli and Dawn Stensland and Dom Giordano as they tell us how she's not qualified. So I almost hope she does come back because the other side will do our work for us and we can just sit back and watch and listen.
Well, I think her throwing Biden under the bus and kind of burning some of the bridges that really held her up and provided her with a couple $2 billion to run for office, and then it was a failure. Greg Stocker pointed something out early this morning, that her statement, Kamala Harris's statement, that this was the closest election, presidential election, in the 21st century. Now, doesn't that include Bush v. Gore? Doesn't the 2000 election cover that? So I might question her on that. But
she lives in her own world. I mean, she lives in her own world, her own fantasy, and this is about her judgment. Look, and I just would say, with all due respect to the former vice president, if anyone should be giving advice on what it's like to run a race and come in second, that is my turf, okay? And she should stay away from that turf. I know all about running a hard-fought race and coming in second, okay? So she should stay in her lane, okay? She should do voiceovers and books. Get out of my lane. That's my lane.
See, I think she's missing it totally, Guy. I do think the political thing would be good for her to end. And maybe she does a tequila. You know, tequila's big money these days. Look at how much money. What's his name?
You call it? Just
Clooney. Hammered. I would just call it hammered. That would be my. She's close enough to Mexico. She can take that train down, where there's a train that goes down to Cabo, where Sammy Hagar's been selling his tequila forever. And they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars, these tequila deals. Now, she did get $20 million reportedly from the Daily Mail. Says she got $20 million for a count of her time as vice president. So we'll see if that bears fruit. I'll bet you this does make back the initial money, but it is it's boring unless you're playing audio games with it. So that's my take on it. Let's see what are you up to, Guy? Let's talk about what you're up to, because I know we had talked about some of the realities in local politics, and it appears that there may be some endorsements that are breaking loose, and that we will have some hope in the state for making some progress here.
Yeah, so I've been on the road a great deal. I was in State College this weekend for the Republican Party meeting. I've been out to Pittsburgh a few times for the various AI conferences, and actually heading back out there tomorrow night to give a talk up in the North Hills of Allegheny County. But up in State College, the State Party met, and following the template that they took for Dave McCormick, that is giving him a running head start to build support, raise money, and go out and talk to voters, the State Party met and endorsed Stacey Garrity, the current treasurer, for governor. Stacey's been now treasurer and reelected treasurer. Stacey is the largest vote getter in Pennsylvania history. She received more votes than anyone running for any office ever. And if you've met her or if you've heard her on this station, I think what you sense most of all is that she's sincere and honest and genuine, which is pretty much a 180-degree difference from the current occupant, who is staged, contrived, focus grouped, buttoned up, and, focus group, which pair of shoes to put on in the morning, and nuances every word. And so I think the Republicans are united with Stacey, one, because seeing that having given Dave McCormick a head start, it's an ability to unify and raise money and go out and build support. But also, I think they're unified because I think we see the contrast. The contrast could not be more real. It is not just simply about issues, but it's also about giving your word, and it's also about style and temperament and judgment. Here is the Republican Party nominating a woman for governor who has been in the private sector, been in the military, been in elective office. None of those things really Josh Shapiro could say except having been in elected office. Stacey's the kind of person you'd say you want to have a beer with or have a cheesesteak with, whereas Josh is sort of a photo op. And I think it's going to be interesting because the reality is that Josh Shapiro has had a charmed life. After his first race for the state house, as Democrats were just beginning to build power in Montgomery County, he, with all due respect to the folks who tried in the past, he really hasn't had a tough race. He really hasn't had to stand on a debate stage and have himself challenged. And frankly, with all due respect to our colleagues in the legacy media, it's not like he gets tough questions now. So having a bona fide candidate who's the largest vote getter in Pennsylvania history run against him, he'll have to answer questions. And I'm ready for the contrast. I think she can win, but if nothing else, we're going to have an honest debate. Josh Shapiro is going to have to answer questions for the first time in about 30 years as to what he's done so far and what he's going to do in the future besides run for president.
We're talking with Guy Shiraki, his piece in Broad and Liberty. I encourage you to follow Guy on everything he's up to. One of the things I want to play devil's advocate on this conversation, Guy, you bring up Stacey Garrity, you talk about military service, you talk about success in elections, you talk about all the votes she's generated. There is a parallel in Virginia with Winsome Earl Sears, who is one of the more likable, impressive people you'll meet in Republican politics. She's a black woman who served in our military, who won an election as lieutenant governor. Now she's running, and she's running behind her Democrat opponent. And granted, it's Virginia, but the numbers in Virginia are not unlike the numbers in Pennsylvania. The state is pretty tight. So I'm concerned Virginia's going to flip back to Democrat just because they put all their eggs in that basket. Isn't Garrity going to face kind of the same machine that we're seeing Winsome Earl Sears go up against?
So I would say yes and no. I do think the fact that Pennsylvania is probably 5 or 6 points more Republican gives Stacey a fighting chance. They're both purple states. Having Governor Youngkin shows that there. But this is a few more clicks to the Republican side. Second is there is sort of an open race. As you know, everybody knows Virginia has this in their constitution. You only get to serve one term. So every race is an open race. Whereas here, what I would say to folks, especially in the Delaware Valley, where we have seen Josh at press conferences and events and on TikTok now for years. But all kidding aside, I would ask you to think, other than I-95, which happened over 2 years ago, where he did well, I concede that. But, let's be honest. We were not going to shut down the major corridor from Baltimore to Washington where supplies, medicine, people, soldiers, students, everyone needed to get. But, he did that. But I would ask everyone in the Delaware Valley is, aside from we know Josh, what has he done as governor? What is the signature event? What has this governorship been about? What has he focused his time on? As Attorney General, he promised us that he would do the job if Larry Krasner wouldn't, that he would jump in and make Philadelphia safe. And if Larry Krasner wouldn't, he's done. He hasn't mentioned Larry Krasner's name since he's become governor. He's given Larry Krasner carte blanche to do nothing in Philadelphia in terms of shoplifting, carjacking, and violence. He promised us that he would be for school choice, that he was a different kind of Democrat. He not only hasn't supported school choice, the one opportunity it was passed into law, he vetoed it. He promised us he was a different kind of Democrat, that he was a moderate. He's introduced 3 budgets, every one of which included deficit spending. 3 years, into the job, has never passed a budget on time. Every budget has been built in with its own deficit, which would guarantee a tax increase. He rejected school choice. He hasn't chose to fight with Larry Krasner or stand up to him. His comments on the Charlie Kirk assassination have been all over the board. He can't miss an opportunity to fight with Donald Trump. And I think most people at the end of the day, the folks picking up their kids in a minivan or sitting at the kitchen table or going to work, they don't care whether you like or love or hate Donald Trump. What they want to know is, what are you going to do about our economy, about our schools, and our safety? And Josh has been absent. So I think the differences were a few more clicks Republican. But more importantly, Josh now has a record. He's just not Josh who we see on TikTok. He's Josh who's been governor. And I would ask anyone, whether they call your show or send me a message, tell me what he's accomplished. Tell me what he's done to merit 4 more years, when we all know this is just about beefing up the resume and using Pennsylvania State Police helicopter to go to Iowa and New Hampshire. He's interested in Pennsylvania Avenue. We need somebody interested in Pennsylvania.
It's a great point. And I know we're still over a year out on any serious discussions. If we talk about Stacey Garrity, she's got the party support, and she's got the year now to raise money. Do you think that the party itself, the leadership, will bring the president in to campaign and show some serious muscle behind her?
I think that will happen. And the president, both parties for now 2 decades have lavished praise on Pennsylvania. You go back to President Clinton was here constantly. President Bush was here constantly. President Obama was here. President Trump, and everybody knows the special place. He's begun his campaigns here. He's closed his campaigns here. Even Kamala attempted to close her campaign in Philadelphia, and in a sense, she did close her campaign in Philadelphia. But
effectively, yes.
Yeah,
we
I
agree.
think that President Trump will be here, but I really do think, look, if you're Stacey Garrity and the President of the United States wants to come and campaign for you, I think that's a wonderful thing. But I really do think at the end of the day, particularly running against somebody who wants to be president and has made no secret about that, going back to his days in school where he used to talk about it in high school, I really do think this has to be about our communities and our schools. So if I'm Stacey Garrity, I'd love President Trump to come here. I'd love J.D. Vance or any other folks that want to come and help. But I really think at the end of the day, it's a race between the two of them and what have they accomplished and what will they do? And why do we think in a second term, while he's running for president, that he'll suddenly care about schools and school choice, that he'll suddenly care about safety in our cities, that he'll suddenly care about taxes, that he'll suddenly care about the economy. And look, like, again, I wrote a column in Real Clear, Pennsylvania that's out today about the possibility of using energy and technology to grow our economy. Every conference I've been at, Governor Shapiro shows up. He shows up in the blue Brooks Brothers suit with the white collar shirt with no tie because he's cool. He poses for pictures with CEOs. There is literally no plan. There is nothing in his budget. There is no piece of legislation. There is no plan. There is no Marshall Plan. There is no energy czar or AI czar. He goes to these conferences, hobnobs with important people, and then jets away. And you stand and say, but what are we doing to actually create energy jobs? What are we doing to create AI jobs? So I think at the end of the day, this race comes back to that. What have you done for Pennsylvanians, and what will you do for them? And do we trust the guy that's done nothing but take pictures and make TikToks versus somebody who's as genuine as the day is long and has rolled up her sleeves and has gotten herself dirty, whether it's been in the private sector, the military, or as treasurer? I think it's going to be a horse race, and I'm looking forward to it. But I'm not looking forward to it as a Republican. I'm looking forward to somebody who cares about ideas, the potential of energy, the potential of AI, and what you and I talked about countless times, rescuing kids from horrible schools and getting them into schools where they succeed.
Oh, yeah.
This governor's failed to do it. I think Stacey will close the deal.
I hope so. If you want to know more, you should follow Guy Shiraki. He's great stuff on Broad and Liberty, great stuff on Real Clear Politics, and always on Twitter X and wherever I am. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate it. It's Michael Pelka in for Dawn. She should be back tomorrow, but I'm taking a break, and we'll come back and put a bow on the show. Isn't that right, Kamala? You still got one more for me?
It is what it is.
WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Tired of looking at your ugly old slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams.
OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail.
Donald Trump delivering a pretty strong lecture today to the United Nations General Assembly. I'm sure Dom has more coverage on it. I've had a great time being with you here today. Dan, thank you for being there. Dom, I think, is waiting in the wings. My friend, I'm honored to have you here. What's up on the Dom Show today?
Well, thank you, Mike. Great stuff that you had on Kamala Harris. I was going to play some more of it, but I think you've really, wow, unbelievable what you've taken from the audiobook. We have to do that with more authors. I mean, as he's come out. This is the Opelcoization of the book trade.
I feel like this is also a mantra of Dom Giordano, though.
I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA.
Well done, Dan. Well done, Dan.
Oh, my God. Is that really from the book, or you say, okay.
That's the opening, Dom, the opening line of the book.
Oh, my God.
It's crazy.
And with Biden, I'm waiting for the more Biden response. By the way, President Trump, the thing that got me is the escalator stopping. We're going to talk about that at the UN.
Oh, yeah.
Then the teleprompter broke. But I saw Trump put his hand on the escalator. That is one of my top 10 things. Do not do that, Mike.
Don't put your hand on the escalator.
No, do not put your hand on. Why do people do that? You know the germs that are on that escalator.
No.
Absolutely.
You got to hold it, or else you're going to fall down.
Is Trump a germaphobe, yes or no? I sometimes think he forgets that he's a germaphobe. I've been around it, Mike, and he doesn't seem to remember that.
Yeah, they used to say he was, and then every time we met him, he shakes your hand.
Yeah, exactly.
He's happy to do it.
Dr. Oz coming up, Mike, at 12:30. Nobody better to be in the center ring with this. And I trust the way he, I talked with him off air before 12:30. The way he's articulating this is much better than it was the way it was rolled out yesterday. Got to be very careful with this.
Yeah, I think it was not the tightest rollout yesterday.
Exactly.
I think it could have been a little more buttoned up.
Yeah,
but have a great show, Dom. Thank you.
Mike,
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you looking for a career, not just another job? A place where you're valued and your work makes a difference? Scott Kia is hiring. We're looking for passionate individuals to join our team as an automotive technician. We offer competitive pay, great benefits, and an environment that supports your growth. If you're ready for a role that challenges and inspires you every day, we'd love to hear from you. Visit the Join Our Team page on scottautogroup.com to learn more. Scott Kia, driving dreams and lives forward by creating moments through professional and thoughtful service.
All right, it is Dom time. Load it up. Thrilled to bring you Dr. Oz coming our way today at 12:30. And again, I think what RFK Jr. with the president, look, the broad stroke of this, we're tired of just hearing, well, autism happens. We don't know why. I'm all on board with that. But there are complications with this Tylenol thing about how to couch this. And if women are pregnant or have been pregnant, they think about the Tylenol part of this. This is a highly sensitive area. But I told you yesterday, and I think you're going to hear from Dr. Oz at 12:30, that more important than even the information that's out there about potential, if not causality, association of Tylenol with autism, you're going to hear about this, and it's really an enhanced vitamin B as a potential mitigator. I wouldn't say cure for autism. That's even more important. And the media seems to have lost their mind. They're not with that. They're nowhere near that. We have President Trump at the UN, and I want to play you in a minute what he said in the speech about the escalator. And do you put your hand on the escalator when you're going up and down? Why? Just crouch down a little bit. You'll get on there. You can balance it. You don't have to be touching it. And I thought Trump, was concerned with germs. There's a lot of germs on there. It's crazy to touch it.
I'm still on this, dude. I got to ask, are you like in like a catcher's pose as you travel slowly?
No, just a little bit of a crouch to get on there. I mean, everybody's got good enough balance.
3-point stance.
At least most people listening right now, try it out if you're anywhere near an escalator. Yes. So we have that. And, of course, we have Jimmy Kimmel tonight coming back. Here is Trump talking at the UN after the teleprompter broke down. Now, look, at the UN, Trump has already slammed them. He said everything that people that elected him would say about the UN, which it just gets more inefficient and worse by the day. It is just a scene from Star Wars when you look out at the dictators. Erdogan is meeting with Trump. All these guys are in town from Turkey. I'll play you a cut. The guy from Turkey saying, he doesn't consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization. How do you deal with people like this? I told you what Trump told us in the Oval Office. He took Mary Walter, who fills in here quite a bit, and a couple of us were there, and he said, Mary, you're the only female. Come and sit in this chair. It's where I put the dictators. So be watching that all the time. It's the chair, if you're looking by the camera, for you, if you're looking at TV, it would be to your left, that chair. Next to Trump is usually where he puts the dictator's chair. All right, here's Trump, though, at the UN, blaming his lateness on the escalator.
Dana have just walked in right on time, I would say. Right on cue.
Yeah, they're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, and, we love that punctuality.
Yes.
And the First Lady also going to address the UN as well as she arrives with her husband, and they go up the escalator this time.
So I heard a few questions being shouted there, but no responses. Stand by. I don't know if there's audio on that or not.
Chuck Schumer.
Okay, I heard the end. That was Chuck Schumer. There's a reason for that.
Right. So we just saw in the commercial break that President Trump has posted a very lengthy Truth Social. And it is all about the Democrats. And you might have heard that Senator Chuck Schumer and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, they have asked for a meeting with President Trump on Thursday to try to avoid this government shutdown and maybe bring up other things. He's saying that he doesn't think a meeting will be productive with them. He's saying that there are principles in a letter that's been laid out, and if they can't agree to that, I suppose there might not.
All right. And meanwhile, Trump is stuck on the escalator.
Well, that's the visual of it. The escalator's not going anywhere.
Right. And the first lady starts to, in high heels, go up to the top, and then Trump has to go up to the top, walk up to the top.
No, she made the business decision, the executive decision. All right, we're walking.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not going back down and around.
Was she touching the escalator?
Yes.
Well, I've never done it in high heels, so I may have to make an exception for that. All right, so I just find it to be curious. It's germ-ridden. Just take a look at that belt.
Well, it's funny because she did it, and then everyone proceeded to follow her, even her husband.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
yeah.
Caroline Leavitt, I thought was right there, someone like that. They all touched it. They all touched both sides all the way up.
Wait a minute, both sides of the thing? Oh, the gods! Oh
like they're on
goodness!
Like a rocky ship.
Now I have to ask Dr. Oz today at 12:30 about touching the escalator. Okay. Jimmy Kimmel back tonight, and we have a great guy, Christian Toto, at 2 o'clock today, the guy that really covers show business Hollywood, I would say from a center-right position, definitely. This has been predicted he'll come back. Now, I have a lot of the odds makers. Will he apologize or not? I don't think he's going to do a frontal apology. The best that I've seen will have him sort of playfully playing with what he said. Here's what the deal is, Well, first of all, Sinclair has now been joined by Nexstar. Both of them will not show it. But will they be under pressure? The Inquirer says 1 million people in Pennsylvania, households, will be shut out from seeing Jimmy Kimmel tonight. Here's what I think the deal is, and they'll let it filter out. That Kimmel has told, first of all, he's up in May. So I think he struck a deal with the people in charge here, Disney, et cetera, where he is going to go somewhat easier on Trump, at least on paper. That's what he's saying. He'll tone it down a bit, subtly, and they'll be okay to bring him back. So what's the lesson of all this? Well, on Twitter, people are having a field day, and they're making a good point. Wow, what a dictator. What an authoritarian. Hitler, Mussolini, Erdogan. What has Trump done here? He's got him a 4-day vacation. No, it's not about Trump. It's about the fact that this was a business decision to try to take the energy out of this because of the rawness of it. So it cuts away from the left making this a First Amendment case. If we're under a dictatorship, how in the world does Jimmy Kimmel come back on tonight after a somewhat vacation? It's an obvious thing that's going on here. Now, is this going to stick? The one thing I don't want, this Brendan Carr guy, settle down, the FCC guy now. I don't want him in a frontal attack here with Kimmel. I don't see Kimmel apologizing tonight because if he apologizes, we're not going to accept it, that it's genuine or authentic based upon, it would take a lot. I don't know what he could do, break down and throw himself down. I don't know. And he knows the people in Hollywood that backed him up, those 400 that wrote an open letter. Jennifer Aniston, suddenly, she's for the First Amendment. Who knew? They would then shun him. I think we have Howard Stern here, of course, weighing in. And speaking of germaphobes, Howard Stern is apparently Jimmy Kimmel's one of his better friends, Henry. Do we have that one, Howard Stern?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay. All right. So the issue is tonight, what will he do? I know I'll be watching. It's part of this job. And I predict they'll show a lot of they'll cut away. They'll show Jimmy dressing up in something like he's in sackcloth and ashes, over these 4. They'll play with the 4 days he was out. What was he up to? What was going on? But they're not going to apologize. They're not going to apologize to half of the country that they wronged here, without a doubt. We also have some more. Mike had brilliant stuff from her audio book. Kamala Harris, of course, goes to Rachel Maddow now. That's a new spot you go for the first interview. And with Maddow, talking about she's offended that people think she didn't pick Buttigieg because he's gay, then she determines that that's the reason she didn't pick him. But America's at fault. She really, really, she should have the 107 days. If it had been 50 days, she might have had a shot at winning. The fewer days, the better for her. You remember some of the polling, some of the stuff that was going on there, and she did raise $1 billion. But even over 107 days, she can't hide who she is and what she's about. All right, let me give you the side question. Dr. Oz here at 12:30 today. We're going to talk with Mike Donahue, the chair over there in Cape May of the Republicans. Big event coming to the Seaport, just at the end of the boardwalk in North Wildwood. It's a great spot on October 10th. Not one, not two, but 3 1210 hosts are going to be speaking there. What's the matter? Only 3? Come on. In support of Jack Ciattarelli. So I asked him, how long do you get to speak? He was mum on that, thinking, well, we would read the crowd and all. I'm thinking under 2 minutes, but okay. Might go on for a while. I know once you get up there. And Jack Ciattarelli is a gravy guy. I'm going to give him my full endorsement based on that alone. Mikey Sherrill doesn't look like she's either. Okay. Side question today. We had Joe Concha on, and Johnny Z. Henry already asked, I know it's kind of early into the future for Mulligan's 2026, Dom Giordano Day, et cetera. Yeah, well, I like, let's start booking. He wants to get Joe Concha there. The last time he asked me to get Scott Presler there, did I deliver? Yes, I delivered. All right, multiple times. Can I get Joe Concha?
Every time.
I know Joe Concha is a Jersey guy. But
is he really?
Yeah, but he's a central North Jersey guy. But I think he could be persuaded. Yeah, he was unbelievable yesterday. And he told us that talking with his publisher, one of the options for his next book would be a fun thing, the 99 worst people in the world, something like that, in quotes, not Putin, not anything really, the worst.
In good fun.
In good fun. Let me see. So, Kirk, be alert here. We're not taking answers like Putin.
Right. Yeah.
And you're not going to win just by saying Pelosi or Budge Wire.
Right. Yeah. Henry, before we came in.
Good. Yeah.
He gave me the heads up. So.
Yeah, exactly. Real or fictional. Or fictional.
Okay.
Have a little bit of fun. Now, he said, I wouldn't have picked this guy, but he's been out there insufferable. Again, clueless. Don Lemon has been pretty bad lately. So Joe said that's who he would lead off with. He's going to rank them 1 through 99. I got to lead off easily. Now, maybe not easily. Yeah, I still got to say it. Maybe it's sexism. Keith Olbermann is being investigated for a threat he made to one of my great friends. It's shocking. Scott Jennings. With the shooting he put up on Twitter of Charlie Kirk, he put, "You're next, blank, blank," about Scott Jennings, towards Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings has reported it, I believe, to the Secret Service, or at least the federal government. Full investigation underway. Can you imagine this guy in court? How long has he gotten away with this? And you know what, Henry? I'm going to do a special this year since he's riled up. Every Columbus Day, I put out how Columbus was much more difficult, what he did, than Neil Armstrong landing on the moon. It sets Olbermann off. He goes nuts. I remember the first time he did it. Thousands and thousands and thousands. So you can help me out at Dom Show 1210. Give me the verbiage that I should use for this year's, maybe I'll do a pre-Columbus Day because they'll see it. Or 10 days of Columbus Day building up to see what he might do. So he's threatened Scott Jennings. I could argue that Olbermann, even though he's not as prominent, is one of the worst people in the world.
Totally.
But my leader in the clubhouse is Meghan Markle. I just, she fits it so beautifully. The self-indulgence / Prince Harry,
Yeah, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
It's really a shame because I really liked her in Suits.
Yeah, I hear
she was great in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's the person behind that character?
The Netflix thing. Can you imagine working on that set?
And a podcast sucks, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, look at what you're working.
Stage thing of
Tell
all
the
time.
podcast
Exactly
guy, hey, you're not a good director. You're not a good producer. Can't you produce something here?
Exactly right.
The thoughts of Meghan Markle. Waiting for the script. It'd be like, maybe she should do a talk show. Alec Baldwin's a little bit dated, but he's always in there. He's always in the running. There we go. Henry, who's yours?
Yeah, so I got 2 right here.
Yeah.
First one I'm going to take off is Jared Leto. Nothing personal with Jared Leto.
Okay.
Well, I guess it is kind of personal.
Yeah.
But if he shows up in a movie I'm watching, I already know that movie's over. It's terrible. It's god awful. I mean,
that's a good sign.
You know what? It's just every time he comes up, I'm like, all right, it's done. It's not going to happen. The other one I'm going to take off, not necessarily a specific person, but I guess it might be more people. The worst person in the world is the people that will rev their engines outside my apartment building after midnight, all throughout hours of the night. It's the worst person ever. What are you doing? Who are you trying to prove that to? You're just being annoying, trying to wake everyone up in the middle of the night?
That's a good one.
That's a worst person move.
I would put on mine, where we are, Henry, and you haven't been to the Giordano Estates. You will be.
Mm-hmm.
The bus, they're doing construction on Mount Pleasant, which is a big avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So they rerouted the bus. It turns at our corner, and around the clock, 3 or 4 times an hour, caution.
Yeah.
Bus is turning, and you can hear it for a half block away. Wow, sleeping with the windows up and all night long.
Yeah.
Caution. Bus is turning.
Yeah,
all right.
brutal.
Did you have another one?
No, that was it. Those are the two. I just can't stand them, but it's every night.
All right. Kirk, how about you?
Okay, so I agree with Henry on the loud racing on the streets. I agree with you on that. That happens on my street constantly, day in and day out.
Go to bed.
Exactly right. So, but mine, though, and it's not personal, but I despise, and the worst person in the world is Don Lemon.
You're still going with Don. Didn't you hear
Double
what we
down
said?
on Don.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Joe Concha said John Lemon. Yeah.
Don Lemon. I mean, he goes,
Wow.
his man on the street interviews where he tries to, I got your question, and these people are like,
right.
Yeah, that's mine.
Wow.
Yep, that's mine.
Did you hear me say that? But you still went with it, yeah?
Yeah, I did. I heard it. I heard it, but I'm still
good.
going with it.
Okay.
He just wants to let you guys know. He really doesn't.
Yeah, that's really
exactly right. Yep.
We'll tell Joe Concha's got a good eye on this. All right, so have fun with it. Don't make it either an evil dictator or Nancy Pelosi or Nancy Pelosi. How about Nancy Pelosi's husband? Let's be a little bit.
The worst in air quotes, more or less.
Quotes. Yeah, that's what
straddle that line.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Keith Olbermann did coin the phrase on his.
Well, we know, yeah. So. Oh, yeah. And when I would fill in for Bill O'Reilly, they said never mention that man's name on air or off air. It was that intense.
Wow.
Because he called him Bill O. Worst person in the world like 85 times in a year, that kind of thing. So. He named our own Joan, the school board member, the worst person in the world. She's listening today. She can call in on this. I'd be interested to hear hers. All right, that's the side. So we got Kimmel tonight. I'm predicting he's going to tone it down a bit with Trump, at least for a week or so. That's the deal. That's what they're going to be telling people. Now, are Next Star and Sinclair going to bend? If they don't, this is going to be difficult for ABC to get away with this. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
It's Nick Cale here. Have you been thinking about driving an electric vehicle? Well, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group want you to lock in your $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis GV60 or GV70, and more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today at piazzaautogroup.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so Kamala Harris on The View this morning, and she had to reassure Sunny Hostin that her question did not cost her the election. Well, I would say it did help. Now, I know you could say, look, you're forgetting we were in the middle of it, at least on paper, because America had not fully seen how bad she was. She had raised $1 billion. Right? It's a lot of money, even for a moron, to spend. And Sunny Hostin was trying to throw her the ultimate layup, the ultimate softball. You know, is there anything you would do differently than Joe Biden? I mean, if you can't thread the needle on that, and if you're worried about offending Biden in Biden world at that point, it was 28 days out from the election, then you have no business being in this. I'll play you a little. Thanks, Henry. Here's how it sounded. And she tried to reassure Sunny Hostin it didn't hurt her that much. It did.
And I realize now that I didn't fully appreciate that how much of an issue it was.
Yeah, that President Biden was deeply unpopular. I did realize that. And during your appearance, and you write about it, you say everything about my appearance on The View was going well until it wasn't. And if you recall, you were here 28 days before the election, and I asked you if there was anything you would have done differently than President Biden during the past 4 years. And you said, quote, "There is not a thing that comes to mind," end quote. You write you had no idea, you just pulled the pin on a hand grenade. In the moment, I knew. The Trump campaign weaponized your answer against you, my question. And some, including James Carville and Jake Tapper, point to that answer as a turning point in your candidacy. Do you think that moment tipped the election?
No.
Good, because Sonny doesn't want to take the blame.
All right. So, you know what? It was just another affirmation of how vapid this woman is. And you cannot, well, we didn't know Joe was Adam. Oh, my God. Give us a break. Yes. Now, there's a million other reasons. And I was in the spin room during the debate with Harris and Trump in Philadelphia. And I could tell you there were hundreds and hundreds of media people there. They thought that was a turning point for Harris. But this thing on The View definitively was a turning. To lose the popular vote and lose all 7 swing states, America has spoken. There is no comeback from this. But that was a moment. It was the pause, too. She couldn't just have a conversation and answer. My goodness. If you can't differentiate without going crazy, then how in the world do you have any sense of the issues, policies, etc.? She, with Rachel Maddow, we'll play that a little bit later in the show, was on last night explaining, well, yeah, I don't think I didn't pick him as VP because he was gay. Then she explained that's why she didn't pick him. America would not accept this. She's doing real damage out there. Let her keep at it. It's, an interesting thing. And I would tell you at a certain point during the campaign, it looked as if, based upon anything we had, that things were going to be relatively tight. I still thought Trump would win. But winning all 7 swing states in the popular vote, that is an amazing comeback, one of the biggest in history. Okay, side question today then. The insufferable. Now, I see people have, general groups here. Okay. But I'm looking even more for a person. Joe Concho on with us yet? His editor says, give us 99 people who are the worst people. Not Putin, not any of that kind of stuff. And not the tired ones that we see unless you got some clever take on it. Harris would be in there somewhere. I would put definitively in there Josh Shapiro. And he's got sort of a national profile now, so he would fit. When I see Shapiro, I just see menace of how this guy has been able to move forward. He doesn't have a national profile, so I can't throw Larry Krasner in there. Locally, though, he'd be in the top 3. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil, you are on Talk Radio 1210. Good afternoon, Phil.
And always a great afternoon to you on my way down to see Trump in Washington.
Ah, okay.
That's my Tuesday trip. But the issue that I have was with those 3-wheel bikes. Doesn't matter what hour, what day, what time, they're blasting their stereos way out of control.
All right, we got you. 3-wheeled bikes. All right, let's try to go back a little bit toward a person. Might be, it's not a pet peeve thing. We're more asking about a person here. All right, if you can name one throughout. That's what we're looking for. All right, Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz came on with me at the beginning of the Senate campaign. We remained friendly throughout that. And, I thought right away yesterday, he's the doctor standing there with RFK Jr., and with President Trump. I cannot tell you that it was perfectly articulated yesterday because this is touchy business. Telling women not to take Tylenol, that's what the president said. And going back, if you did take it and your kid's autistic, that's got to be quite a burden. I will say the thing I'm on board most with this is to say we are going to get to the bottom of what is causing this uptick in autism. And Dr. Oz, I think, differs with me. I'm not a doctor. I don't even play one on radio. I still think we're better at cataloging people as autistic, but they seem to think that things like Tylenol are big. So Dr. Oz will be next. He was right there articulating this as the only doctor there with President Trump and RFK Jr. And I think this is a pretty good start. I agree. They started with this. They didn't start with vaccine because they're going to have a real battle over that. And why is this so important? Because it gets into the vaccine thing ultimately. It gets into who do we trust, gets back to COVID, gets back to all that stuff. By the way, Diane Marseglia, too. Delaware Valley Journal, full disclosure, where I write. They're just second to none. Linda Stein over there. They have up a piece today. Diane Marseglia. How many days to this woman's next election out there in Bucks County? Diane, come on back on the show. Making the point because new emails have surfaced of what we told you about in great detail. Remember Dr. Damsker, the guy who was making great strides. He's the one that says you only have to be 3 feet apart in schools to be safe, not 6. He was in demand across the state. What did they do? They put him in the basement. These emails show how he was pushed out of the picture. Marseglia says, well, people don't care about that anymore. What don't you understand, Dom? And guess what? I have a tendency to believe that people out in Bucks County and maybe across our area, they forget who did what to us and their kids. How are we ever going to stop these petty tyrants like Marseglia and Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey and DiGirolamo, who, based on these emails and court findings, hid all this and kept those schools closed in Bucks County? Why in the world would people just move on? What is missing with these people in the suburbs is what I'm saying. We're told they care about their kids. Look at the schools. They don't understand these people were complicit. They took a great doctor, Dr. Damsker, and put him on ice. Are they that insulated? This came home to everybody. It's not like drive-by shootings. The suburbs were as hard hit by this as anyone. And the after effect of the whole thing with COVID is people don't trust anything scientifically now. That's the net impact of it. These people are apparently fine with it. My kid's 2 grades behind. Yeah, you didn't do it. It just happened. Trump did it. All right, Dr. Oz next, and then your calls. 855-839-1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Aside from hanging out with my friend Mike Quick and describing Eagles football each week, one of the best things about my job is sitting down in the broadcast booth knowing that something may happen today that I've never seen before. That certainly was the case Sunday, with 2 blocked field goal attempts to complete an absolutely amazing comeback. That win over the Rams is one that Eagles fans will never forget. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A warm and humid air mass will continue to build into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a late-day shower or storm, high up around 85. Tonight, a shower or storm possible this evening, otherwise partly cloudy. It'll be mild with a low 68. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and humid with a high 83.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. Dr. Oz there yesterday, one of the leaders, along with RFK Jr. and the president, talking about this age-old question, the spiraling numbers of kids with autism, adults with autism. It's an epidemic, no doubt. Trying to get to the bottom of it piece by piece, and it demands a lot of sensitivity. Here's the pain people have whose child sadly has autism, and the look back, should we have done this, not done that? And the first on the docket was something that's been brewing around Tylenol, being careful. I think a little bit of that yesterday was telling women they just have to tough it out. I don't think Dr. Oz said that or will say that. So without further ado, let's welcome back to town Dr. Oz.
Dom.
Hey, Dr. Oz, thanks for making a house call. How are things going?
I love this job.
Well, certainly you are in the thick of some of the most consequential stuff possible. Let's just remind people, you're also the administrative head for the Center for Medicaid and Medicare. And yesterday, with all these conversations, I was thrilled to see you there in the center of a big deal. So I thought, rather than a bunch of questions for Dr. Oz, just tell us what you were thinking happened yesterday. What's the outcome that you would tell people if you were TV and in general? What would you tell them?
It was a historic day. The government, led by a brave man, the president, and a passionate man, Secretary Kennedy, decided that they're going to be radically transparent with the American people and tell you everything we know about autism. And folks, of course, be jumping up and down, yelling and screaming, you haven't finished all the clinical trials. I mean, yes, in 5 years, we'll know more than we know now. But if you're a mom with a 3-year-old who's autistic, or you're pregnant and you're wondering, am I doing something that might make my child autistic? You probably want to know today so you can make a decision. So the president said at the beginning of our term, he said there's a 5-fold increase in autism in the last 25 years. I am not going to tolerate that. One of the most important things in my administration is going to be to deal with this. These trials take 5 years. I'm not going to wait that long. So here's $50 million. Go out there, give these awards out, which have already been done, to the top centers so they can research autism. And then whenever you have clues about what's going down, tell me. So the first clue was that a series of clinical trials have shown that there's a prescription medication called leucovorin. It's basically high-powered B vitamin that in over 24 studies over 15 years has been shown to be a benefit enough. Again, these are small trials, that the experts in the area are giving it to their own children. And so we want to tell the American people that we don't have all the answers. We're going to change the label on this medication, which the FDA commissioner is doing, Marty McCary. And so once that label is changed in the next few weeks, then women around America can get access to this medication and have it covered by insurance if they're Medicare and Medicaid or CHIP, which is Children's Health Insurance. All those are the programs I run. We will cover that medication. And so and that's, more than half the kids are on it through my insurance, and the other private insurance companies pick it up, which I think they will. We'll give moms a affordable, great option that they can talk about with their doctor. The doctor writes a prescription against prescription leucovorin, and they'll be able to get this relatively safe medication and try it on their kids. We're going to collect data as they're using the medication. If the kids are improving, we'll know it, and we'll share that update with real-world data update with America. So the entire country will be part of this process. And, of course, we're funding clinical trials separately as well. But as the NIH and FDA is studying this data, it'll make it easier for moms to make a decision. But the waiting is done. The gaslighting, telling moms this is all genes, this is just a measurement difference in how we look at autism, all that's going away. We're not arguing those points anymore. We believe this is real, and we're going to find a solution. So that was part one. And then, Dom, part two, of course, was acetaminophen, which is Tylenol. There is enough evidence now that overuse of Tylenol during pregnancy could be linked to autism. We wanted to warn moms about that. So low-grade fever, mild aches and pains, you probably don't want to take this medication if you can avoid it. Talk to your doctor if you've got more significant issues like a higher fever or more intractable pain, so they can be involved in advising you. You can take the medication if you need to. It's safer than a lot of the other stuff that's out there that has not been prohibited for pregnant women. But it's not safe enough that you can take it willy-nilly. You need to be thoughtful about it.
I like where you started. The media is not doing that. I like where you started, and I've told my listeners here in Philadelphia, Dr. Oz, that I thought the bigger story here would be this mitigation, these trials you're talking about with this enhanced vitamin B, as you called it. I think that is a huge part of the story. But let's go back to the Tylenol. The Philadelphia Inquirer and others are lining up all these people at Drexel and Penn, et cetera, and their word they're using is they're reeling. They're saying women now are going to be confused about what to do during pregnancy. We're kind of saying to them, just tough it out. What's the response to that?
It's a very paternalistic approach. You respect women, you claim you want to take care of women, you claim you want to give them autonomy and the right to do this or that, and then you treat them like children or babies when it comes to warning them about a potential concern. Women, I know quite a few, they have to be really smart about this stuff, right? Just give them the information. There's a large study published from the School of Public Health at Harvard, which is world famous. This is, by the way, a month ago, less than a month ago, that put together 46 trials. Some of them were negative, didn't show a correlation with Tylenol in pregnancy, but most of them did show a correlation. The conclusion of the article was there's something real here, and it's important. We spoke to the dean of that university, and he actually wrote a letter supporting the warning to women, independent of anybody else's problem. The guy who studied it, knows it the best, has the biggest recent paper, said that he's concerned enough that if his own wife was pregnant, he would advise her to avoid taking Tylenol. And by the way, that was the litmus test for these two announcements. We asked the experts around the country who had insights, who've been using prescription leucovorin for autism treatment or about Tylenol research. We asked, would you support this in your own family? And they said yes. We don't think Tylenol should be used as widely as is currently accepted. We think women should know that there's enough of a concern that she should maybe pull back in using it as much as it's been advocated for. And the same thing for leucovorin. If you've got the guy with the largest clinical practice in America of autistic patients uses, and two of his own kids are on the spectrum. He uses leucovorin quite wide. Not always. He uses it, tries it. If it doesn't work, he stops using it. And if it does work, he keeps using it.
Dr. Oz, excuse me, I thought this was a rather moderate and reasonable approach. We didn't go to the third rail where there's going to be more debate, as you know, on vaccines. And yet we're still seeing this pushback. I like what you said at the beginning. Maybe expound upon that a little bit more. The president who did get the COVID vaccine, I don't know how many presidents would have been able to do that, saying we got to come up with answers on this, and using your guidance and RFK and all the experts there. And I like what you said about the guy who said he wouldn't have his wife take Tylenol during pregnancy. I think that has to be the headline. How do you rebut something like that?
My biggest concern is, even though the scientists agree with what we're saying, they can't say it if they agree because they're intimidated.
Yeah.
We know that's happening. The folks who don't like us for this or other reasons, they're the loud ones who complain about the fact that we've said things without checking all the boxes and crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And so you end up with a warped perspective. And, of course, the media only wants to hear from the people complaining about what we've done. But let's just take a step back. What did we do? We warned women that they should be more judicious in their use of acetaminophen during pregnancy. Right. Why? Because experts are doing that already to their families. Why wouldn't we share that wisdom with the American people? And we told moms and families of kids who are autistic that they might consider a prescription medication that seems to be safe and in the clinical trials to date seems to be effective enough that they should be trying it. Again, advice that the doctors in these trials are taking for their own families. This all seems like I'm doing a good job. Like if I'm at home watching the president, you're applauding him. And they are applauding him. But the media continues to tell a narrative that's completely counterproductive to that, to the point, and we saw this during COVID, they will undermine valid approaches to treating a problem because it's in their political interest to do so. And Dom, you remember this from when I was running. When you mix politics and medicine, what do you end up with? Politics.
Yeah,
I think, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's the problem. That, we're not fooling around. This president is passionate about this issue. He doesn't care if you think this is a problem for him. In fairness, in what world is this a politically wise move for the president, right? Getting involved in a quagmire like autism is something that politicians run away from, or they soft pedal it, right? Or they just give these sort of anodyne comments that they don't actually do anything about. These women are angry. They use the word gaslight. They feel like they've been lied to by the American government, who are, they believe, covering up potential clues because they would hurt industry or, ruffle feathers. And the president said, I don't care. In fact, I'm not going to wait one more day, these are his words, one more day because another child will be hurt while we're dilly-dallying around how to message this the right way. He said exactly what he was feeling. He asked us to do the same. You heard it loud and clear. Yesterday was a historic day for this reason. And when people reflexively attack him because they have Trump derangement syndrome,
Wait a minute. You mentioned it now. The president said, are you going to classify, you can break it here on the Dom Giordano show, are you going to be classifying Trump derangement syndrome as a malady of some sort?
Tom, I don't know yet. That's actually not that's not my main purview. That's what CDC does that. But it is there's a possibility. I tell you, it's pretty severe for some people. We all know someone in our life who's got TDS. So.
Yeah, exactly. One parting question for Dr. Oz. Your day job, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare, which it's a big, the last time we talked, part of America. What's coming down the pipe? Can you give us a sense of what we're going to see in coming days from you?
Yes, we have some big announcements coming up on a variety of topics. Let me talk about one that's fairly significant called the Rural Health Transformation Fund. And I know if you're in Philly, you don't think that applies to you. There are areas, I'm from Philly, there are areas right around us who are considered rural that are eligible for this money. I've already spoken, connected with Governor Shapiro. So Pennsylvania is working hard to prepare its application. The $50 billion money is going to be dedicated to transforming how we deliver health care in rural parts of the country. So we have superstars in areas of Pennsylvania. Rob Bresnahan, for example, was up in Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, McKenzie. There's a ton of great Congressman James Joyce, obviously, John Joyce out further west. These are really top-notch congressmen who are the heart and soul of the Republican Party and the Republican caucus in Washington. And they are actively involved in making sure that their communities are going to be supported with this money. We need to right-size the healthcare system. We need to make sure that we have more personnel. We don't have enough doctors and nurses in rural parts of Pennsylvania. And we desperately need to make sure we have technology available so that the best quality care is offered in those communities. The life expectancy in rural parts of America is about 3 years shorter than that in urban areas. I mean, it should not be that that the rural northern parts of our state have a life expectancy much shorter than Center City, Philadelphia. We're all Pennsylvanians. We all deserve our health. Right. Our zip code should not be our destiny.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. I'm so glad you found this spot where you really are impacting in big-time ways. And I know you're enjoying the job, and we're glad with your credibility and background that you're there.
It's the best job ever, and it's even better when I get to speak to friends like you. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Bye-bye. All right, there's Dr. Oz. Big issues, big guests, right there in the center ring of this. Love to get your reaction, particularly females. You heard how he articulated it. I liked it a lot better than what was said yesterday. It really couched it well, what they're doing. They're trying to dismantle what causes autism piece by piece. 855-839-1210. Let's, for a moment, remind you, too, about living heart smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. For 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. Now, this is Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call him today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code online, res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use the code TOGETHER when you buy any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use the code TOGETHER at res-q.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Mike Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, big 1 o'clock hour coming up. Morning Joe Scarborough says conservatives are taking over the media. I know we don't like to see it that way, but let me see if I can make the case, because rather than just saying they control everything, oh, woe is us, are we starting to win this battle even in the media? And I'll play you Stephen Colbert calling himself a martyr last night. A little bit later on, we're going to talk with Mike Donahue. Big event coming our way to the Jersey Shore, October 10th. Rich and I and Matt Rooney, all our speakers for Jack Chittarelli. The Seaport, it's a great spot right there on the boardwalk, the end of the boardwalk in North Wildwood. So all that unfolds throughout the show. Get in on the side question here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
This Wednesday, September 24th, the Miller Theater welcomes Ryan Reynolds and Rob Mack for a special one-night-only event you won't forget. Be there for the exclusive screening of John Candy, I Like Me, a brand new documentary celebrating the life and legacy of one of comedy's most beloved icons. After the film, Ryan and Rob take the stage for a live Q&A filled with stories, surprises, and heart. Net proceeds benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. For tickets, go to johncandy.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
All right, it is time. Welcome in. So, Morning Joe today with somebody from Axios. And I'm not, they're sounding the alarm. Conservatives are no longer silenced. The media, they're taking it over. That's an overstatement. I'll tell you what they said. But I think it's a sign of strength to also take a look, when we look at the totality of media, including social media, of where conservatives are having impact. You know, they still control various organs, but I mean, even on college campuses, Charlie Kirk certainly made a dent, a much bigger dent than I thought. Now, we'll see with his assassination whether that continues or not. But last night they had 2,000 people over there in Minnesota, I think, at a Turning Point event. Yeah, it's the president of Axios, is Jim Vanderhei, maybe, yeah, with Scarborough. And they're talking about this. And look, I know we play to this type of thing where we feel it's just all one mass of growing liberal progressivism. And there are elements to that. You never hear someone introduced as liberal or progressive. I get introduced all the time. I know Rich does when he's. conservative, Dom Giordano. And I don't have any problem with that, but it's just funny that we don't do the other side. So here's Joe, and here's the guy from Axios making a case. When you look at some of the biggest elements of the media, are conservatives finally in there, in the fight, having a fighting chance with this?
I don't want to be the skunk at the party, but step back. Like if you're watching this, you're like, oh, this is great. Now maybe things will get reset. Look at what's happening around this in terms of conservatives making a lot of progress in being able to not just silence media, but kind of start to take it over. You already have Elon Musk controlling X. If you look at what's happening with this TikTok deal, it's largely going to end up in the hands of Oracle. It looks like the Murdochs, people that are sympathetic to Trump. So you're going to have the two biggest platforms that shape the reality for the largest number of people under the control of people who are quite friendly to the existing federal government. Then you look at even the Kimball thing. When you're talking about these affiliates like Nexstar or any company that can decide what to air ABC, they control that. They're trying to merge. When those two merge, and if they get the approval of the merger because they've done the things that the administration wants to see them to do, this consolidates power over a lot of local broadcasting, which is what the vast majority of people over the age of, say, 60 or 65 who might vote in an off-year election are paying attention to. So Republicans are making a tremendous amount of progress in terms of starting to even the playing field in terms of like who is putting the message out there. So yes, like I'm with you. It's great. Any victory for free speech. Right. I think everybody on this show loves free speech. I think people should be able to say the stupidest things they want to say.
Okay, let's stop it right there, Mr. Axios. Is somebody going to stop it with the free speech versus the decision of ABC? And if this were so authoritarian, and being said, the car guy's got to simmer down, the FCC guy, and I'm not liking some of his antics. But Jimmy Kimmel is off for 3 or 4 days. He's back. They're going to let the contract run out. He hasn't suffered anything in this. I don't think he's going to apologize tonight. I told you what they're going to do. They're going to show what he did on his 4 days off, with some kind of fun little twist to that, then move on. And maybe he promised them he will not go after Trump quite as much in order to smooth things over. For a while, you'll see that. Then he'll go wild again. But is it not appropriate? I think it is. To say, yes, we are making strides rather than just, oh, no, the whole world is skewed against us. And you can make the argument, yeah, when you look at CNN still there, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, and all that. But when you look at the creativity of podcasters, social media, X, Twitter, Fox News Channel, talk radio, all right, you're starting to see that this battle should worry them. You're starting to see that this is creating something that's going to make it difficult. That's why this is so important with Sinclair and Nexstar. If they hold ground here with Kimmel, then we're going to see what ABC does. These are pretty big number of stations and people that won't be able to see Kimmel tonight, at least in that manner. Will you be watching? I know I will be. I'd watch even if I weren't doing this, simply because I want to see how this drama plays out here. And I'm predicting he's not going to apologize. They're going to do some kind of play. They'll try to make light of the fact, hinting, oh, he didn't know, and he moving on, something like that. But it'll be very brief then. Oh, enough of that. Let's get to the show. Let's have fun. Let's have comedy. That's the thing. You have people going around saying, can't you tell a joke? These are not jokes. They're polemics that he and Colbert do every night. They're not joking about anything. Here is Jamie Ruskin, Henry. This is Cut 15. Saying that now ABC is on the right side of history tonight.
That Jimmy Kimmel will be returning to TV tomorrow night. What do you think?
Well, it's great news. Obviously, the ABC heard from millions and millions of people out there who do not want to accept government-dictated censorship of their late-night talk show hosts. And so the free speech battle's not over. Obviously, Donald Trump still thinks he's got the power to anoint and appoint comedians in the country in private media broadcasts, but at least ABC is on the right side now, and he's got his employer with him as well as so much of the public.
All right. Now, I want to give you one story where I say, thank God for talk radio. Thank God for talk radio 1210 in this area, because the Inquirer reported on something, but they don't identify or even hint at what the real problem is here. It's the story of a 36-year-old man, the Inquirer says, in Chester County, Mushroom Company, was charged with human trafficking after he allegedly forced 2 teenage girls from Mexico and Guatemala to work at a mushroom farm for little or no pay, while threatening to have them punished or deported if they didn't comply. Romero Colau Joama, whose last known address was in New Garden Township, was charged with multiple counts of trafficking in individuals, involuntary servitude, and other offenses with a bail set at $1 million. Court records show he was also charged with 1 count of concealing the death of a child in the trafficking case. He has been incarcerated since he was arrested in September 2024 on child pornography charges. No word in here about is he here legally. The girls, 14 and 17, were charged debts for him bringing them illegally to the United States. They were allegedly kept out of school, forced to work long hours, 7 days a week, perform domestic chores such as cleaning his house. 17-year-old has sponsorship and subjected to similar conditions. The older teen wanted to provide for her sick father and other family members back home in Guatemala. So my point is, the bottom line, I read this story, and particularly in Chester County, because of Big Mushroom, they're all afraid of that, the Houlihan and everybody else. How do we have an atmosphere where this could go on like this? We have an atmosphere that can go on like this because right here in the suburbs, you have a lot of stuff in certain industries, and I think the mushroom industry is one of the biggest, where it's ripe with this because we have so many people here illegally and because the whole thing revolves around that. And I'll tell you, well, they can't give you mushrooms if you don't do this. Right here, right in front of us, right in Chester County. How, even for a minute, are you able to get away with this? Well, because it's all very difficult to penetrate this world of illegality and people coming here and trafficking them. And again, we're told about the model illegal alien here, not about stuff like this, and not about what goes on right here in Chester County. And one story that's kind of a companion to it, at least in my mind, under the media here locally, don't put this in context. Our great friend, the superintendent of police, the police chief in Abington, Pat Malloy, has a lot to be proud of. ABC 6 ABC, a man accused of stealing thousands of dollars in merchandise from Macy's at Willow Grove Park Mall led police on a brief foot chase before being arrested. They chased him down. Nelson Bergamo Fumero, body cam footage shows him resisting arrest and fleeing officers outside the mall. They eventually got him in a residential neighborhood. Now, the police wanted, not only did they capture this guy, not only, think about that versus how shoplifting's treated in Philadelphia. But in Pat Malloy's area, they wanted $5,000 cash bail. The reason is he claims to be from New York, and we wanted to ensure he'd be showing up for the next hearing. The judge rejected that and released him. What are the odds? October 1st. We'll check in with Pat. Does he show up for the hearing? Again, Abington police doing all the right things here, making a big deal out of something that is shoplifting, chasing him down in a residential neighborhood, getting him, insisting, you got to keep this guy in jail. There's no address. We don't know where he's from. Obviously, there might be here illegally. On and on it goes. Just in one day, Chester County, Montgomery County, same deal. Why in the world is this underreported? Because they don't want people to know about it. And that's where this control of the media is so important. Well, I would say when you look and you put in the columns here, they know that conservative media is making all kinds of strides. And it's not so much what they would tell people, it's the stories they would leave out over the years. That's the big difference. Those stories are out there now, and they don't like it. Lake and Riley. Why do we have to see this around the clock? You have to see it around the clock because you've allowed this to happen. Lake and Riley would be alive if we didn't allow people into the country illegally to brutalize her and have a bunch of people even here vote for this. That's why we're going to see it around the clock. You don't want people to see this. You think we're just making it up. We're scaring people unnecessarily. Just those two stories jumped out at me, particularly to Chester County. How do you get away for a pretty big period of time with human trafficking, having to work on mushroom farms? Well, mushroom farms here, we're going to let this go on. It's our big industry. We don't care. All right, coming to your calls next. Think of the side today. Joe Concho on yesterday, 99 most objectionable people, insufferable, in quotes. Hit us with one of them. All right, so far we've gotten some pretty good ones. I had Meghan Markle. Henry, what was your number one person again?
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto, which seems to be random, but I get it.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Like
when
just someone,
sure.
yeah.
When you zone in on it, it just sets you off.
He ruins the movie.
There you go, Kate. That's a real good example. Markle doesn't ruin it for me because I like to just trigger myself by saying, look at Prince Harry, like, this guy, you got to be kidding.
I hate watching Jared Leto. You hate watch Meghan Markle.
That's it. It's a hate watch. All right. Here's how you do it. By the way, if you have we're noodling around behind the scenes, a side question for tomorrow. Today's the day that Drew Bledsoe, who was, I guess he was a top 10 quarterback. I'd have to go back and look.
Great quarterback, yeah. Pro bowler.
Yeah, okay. And Tom Brady comes marching in for him on this day in history. You're not getting Tom Brady out of there after that. 24 years ago today. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step in and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So my sandwich shop was opening in a week, and I needed signage.
A week is plenty of time to panic.
I went to Staples. They printed banners, posters, and flyers to promote my grand opening.
All in time for your grand closing.
Nope, I had it same day. I even got $125 off my order.
Hold the onions. For all your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. In-store and online, same day if ordered by 12 p.m. Into 11/1 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This Wednesday, September 24th, the Miller Theater welcomes Ryan Reynolds and Rob Mack for a special one-night-only event you won't forget. Be there for the exclusive screening of John Candy, I Like Me, a brand new documentary celebrating the life and legacy of one of comedy's most beloved icons. After the...
All right, Dom Giordano show, 855-839-1210. Are you watching Jimmy Kimmel tonight? This is not over. And again, if this is the sign of a dictator, it's a pretty weak dictator. He's off for 4 days and we're back. Even though Nexstar has joined Sinclair to say, no, they're not going to put this on. And they've said he'd have to apologize and contribute to the Charlie Kirk outfit, which I don't think he's going to do. I told you, I think the deal is he talks to the head of Disney and these others. All right, I'm not going to go after Trump quite as much for a while. And tonight we'll kind of make a joke about the 4 days I was away and say, if I offended anybody, you move on. I think that's what you're going to get coming out of this. But it is a remarkable story. Couching it as free speech is just ridiculous. All right, Marcus Aurelius, too, on Twitter. Yoko Ono, taking that one off the board. Yes, Yoko Ono is just a little bit dated. You don't see her out there as much. But in her heyday, I don't even think Meghan Markle could break up the Beatles. I mean,
I agree. I 100% agree.
I don't know. She broke up the royal family. That's as tight knit as it gets.
You know what? She's more attractive than Yoko Ono.
I agree as well on that.
And insufferable, almost as. But people are forgetting the antics of Yoko Ono. The screaming, the stuff.
Sure.
I mean, and these are, even though I think the Stones are better, we've been through that. These are people at the highest level composing, and they got to deal with her suggestions.
Yeah, amateur
Oh,
hour.
my God. Can you imagine? Imagine somebody like
Every
Paul
hour of recording
McCartney
is amateur hour.
Her voice can break glass.
Yeah, you got to go along with it. The other guy's the key guy. What are you going to do? You know?
I did like all the clips because there's like footage out there of like the Beatles making clips about her too, like during the sessions. It's very funny.
Yeah,
They clearly can't stand her.
I mean, there are so many things in our society now. Pro sports is one of them, where you can get paid a lot of money. You're doing something you love, involved in coaching, managing, administrating pro sports. But what you got to put up with, because there are certain fields where there's a singular talent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I hear people today, though, Henry, trying to tell us that Jimmy Kimmel is that talent. He's such a star, you got to put up with a lot. I'm not saying that just out of antagonism. I don't see it. I don't see the stardom there.
I think the star burned too bright and burnt out.
Yeah.
I think it was there at one point. I don't
marginal.
think it's there. To me, it kind of seems like he's going through the motions. And that's just why. And that reflects his ratings.
One of his best friends, Howard Stern. All right, I can tell you back in the day, you can see the difference. Howard Stern was a star. It was unique. It was a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's so upsetting how he's fallen on the exact opposite side. But Jimmy Kimmel is not Johnny Carson. It's not anything like that. It's marginal. And yet, particularly at this point, and the ratings reflect that, yet they're acting like, well, you got to stand beside. And they're trying to tell us now that he makes money, which doesn't appear to be the case. I don't know how, if he's in third place. And he's making $16 million a year. And here's the kicker for all the producers, Kirk and Henry here. We have a skeleton crew here. They have 200 people, 200 working on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. And that's what they come up with? I know it's a national scope. It's big time and all that. You have 200 people. How many writers does he have? You know, how many people trying to set up interviews do you have? And this is what I look at some nights and I see who the talent that's going to be on that night. And it's like, wow. How many people took off today? And it's a big national show. You would think you'd be able to do more. All right, let's go to Mitch in Ben Salem. Mitch, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mitch.
Hi. Yeah, this morning during President Trump's speech, he said that China has no wind power at all. They have more wind farms than any other country. Why does Trump lie all the time? And does he do so? Does he think the rest of the world's as stupid as MAGA?
Well, thank you, Mitch. I don't know if they're as stupid as you are waiting that long to bring up wind farms in China. Look, if you want to make a frontal assault on Trump, on something he said and all that, but the wind farms in China, is that just a defense? They also have more pollution than anybody. Kirk, not doing anything between phone calls. Would you count up the wind farms in China? You know that big map we have, and get back to me how many they have.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Actually, how many work?
Yeah, well, right. Yes, yeah, well, right. And if they have them, again, the wind farm nonsense, I believe in all modalities for energy, but these are eyesores. We don't need them at the Jersey Shore. We know about the whales. How many times have we gone down this path? Okay. Yeah, Trump said the usual stuff at the UN today. We're seeing the usual stuff play out. Here's how difficult this job is to be president, though. Erdogan, who is the dictator extreme of Turkey, this is cut 17, is meeting with President Trump. I'm not sure if it's at the UN today. Here's what he said in an interview. When all these guys, this is the week they all come to America. Fidel Castro was a stir when he came here, right? Here's Erdogan, national TV today. What do you think of Hamas?
Do you see Hamas as a terrorist organization?
About 20 years ago, when I traveled to the United States, they asked me this question again, and I said this back then. I don't see Hamas as a terrorist organization. On the contrary, I see it as a resistance group. And Hamas doesn't have weapons or a serious capability. And now they are using what they have to try to defend themselves and trying to protect themselves in this resistance movement. That's what they are as an organization.
All right, imagine you have to sit down with this scum. That's exactly what it is. He's Muslim, country, I believe Turkey, by and large is, and you have to deal with this. Now, prior to October 7th, this would be outrageous, cartoonish. Post October 7th, this guy is saying what they did on October 7th, which is beyond anything we've seen, where the tactics they used were not outliers. That's what they wanted to do to men, women, and children. And you have to sit down with a guy like this and deal with this mentality. I'll tell you one thing you don't have to do. I think it was in the Obama years, I want to say. He came here, there were protesters. He was in Washington, and his bodyguards beat up and roughed people up in Washington. And I've never forgotten that. That's the last thing. You're not coming here, buddy, with your nonsense. No, they're just a resistance movement. They're just resisting what's going on with Israel. It's not easy. I realize they're in a key spot in the world. I know the whole thing with Turkey, and you got to deal with it. But there is a limit to this type of nonsense. And hearing, they're just defensive. They're just protecting themselves. So October 7th is kind of a protection against everything. All right, let me go to Bo in Levittown. Bo is on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bo.
Hey, Dom, how you doing? First of all, when your only policy is Orange Man is bad, I think that's why conservatives are starting to make inroads. But as far as Jack Ciattarelli's concerned, this is how he should answer every question when he gets asked. Because, first of all, I want to say that Mikey Sherrill wants boys and girls sports. He wants boys and girls bathrooms. He wants illegal aliens to terrorize your community. She wants to raise your electricity rates and raise your taxes. Before he answers the other question,
okay, fair enough.
And how he should answer the question is, just like President Trump, I will unleash energy. Just like President Trump, I will lower your taxes. Just like President Trump, I will clear out illegal aliens. Just like President Trump, I want clean air. I want clean water. Just like President Trump, I'm going to relieve regulations so businesses will come back. I will lower businesses' taxes. He needs to embrace, in my opinion, President Trump more when he answers questions. An example was today. He was with Brian Kilmeade on Fox and Friends, and he asked the question about the energy issue,
right?
And what Mikey Sherrill wants to do, and what he would do to fix it. Instead, he just talked about what she's going to do is illegal, but didn't come up with a solution. Didn't say what his solution was.
Who's your insufferable person, Bo? I'm a little bit against the clock here.
I can't believe you didn't take this off the board, but I'm going to have to go with my girl, Greta Thunberg.
Yep, we play that drop with Greta Thunberg. It's the whisper.
How dare you?
Henry's got it. That wasn't the drop. That was Henry. Yeah. All right, Judge. Scott Presler all the time calls him Judge. He wears many hats. Great lawyer, chair of the Cape May County Republicans, and a guy juggling all that by putting on a fabulous rally for Jack Ciattarelli. It all happens October 10th. Mike's here to talk about that, how you can participate. And I'll ask him about the debate, too. There was a lot of uncovered ground in the debate. Just remember, not one, not two, but three Talk Radio 1210 hosts will be speakers there. How could it go wrong? I mean, that's it right there. That ought to be enough. And it's the Seaport, it's a great spot right there on the end of the boardwalk in North Wildwood. All right, he's next. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A warm and humid air mass will continue to build into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a late day shower or storm, high up around 85. Tonight, a shower or storm possible this evening, otherwise partly cloudy. It'll be mild with a low 68. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and humid with a high 83.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. I mean, just picture a rally. I'll give you my remarks already, Henry. I don't care what Jack Ciattarelli says about the whales, about affordability. He's for gravy. That's enough. Let's go to...
What more do you need?
That's it. Let's go to Mike Donahue, who is the chairman of the Cape May County Republicans, also the guy who started, along with Matt Rooney, America First, that chapter, if you will, there in Jersey, and is a starting panelist every time we're at Mulligan's, which might be in the offing. We'll see. Again, let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike, Judge Mike. Every time I see Scott Presler, he says, say hello to Judge Mike.
Yes, he does, Tom.
Yeah, he does.
It's great to be on. Great to come and talk to you. I appreciate it.
Well, let's break.
Hey,
go ahead.
Can I say something out of the gate? You mentioned Matt Rooney and I are affiliated with America First Policy Institute. They're not involved in this event. They're a 501c3, officially apolitical. So I do that caveat every time I talk.
Yeah, sure.
Great group. Happy and proud to be part of it. But this is not an AFPI event. They're not part of it. It's not within their purview. But we have Cape GOP presenting this rally in Wildwood, and we're pretty excited about it.
Yeah, and so far you got a lot of people saying they're coming, Mike. So it's October 10th, a Friday, and it starts around 4 o'clock, right?
That's right. So you want to get there a little early. We're going to have security, so there will be metal detectors, and we're going to make sure everybody's safe. And I don't want to go into too much strategic planning, but we have security professionals who will be on site, and we'll have Overwatch, and we'll have people on the boardwalk, and we'll all be very safe. So, yeah, October 10th, 4 to 7 at Seaport Pier. Say that 10 times fast. This is, as you said, 22nd Street on the boardwalk in North Wildwood, and we're about 700 registrants already. If you want to register, go to capegop.com, where you can find the link to register and the link to the speakers we've rolled out already, and we're going to be rolling more out, including yourself, I'm very happy to say, as we go through the next several days. So it's going to be big, it's going to be fun, and we're going to have, as you mentioned, a tribute to Charlie Kirk with my friend Cliff Maloney, who I know you know, and Cliff is in Jersey, has been in New Jersey for some time with his team, knocked on probably close to 100,000 doors already. As only Cliff can do, going after those low propensity voters that typically wouldn't come out this year, who just really can make a huge difference in New Jersey. If you're in New Jersey and you only vote every 4 years, vote this year. You voted for the president last year and moved the state to the right in a big way. You have to come out this year to save our state and vote for Jack Ciattarelli.
And I got to say, in the debate, I didn't see Jack get nailed by anything major, even, singed a little bit, where Mikey Sherrill, just on the issue alone of either way that she goes on that, of increasing by millions of dollars through committees and other assignments that she had in the Congress, people definitively don't like that. What's the big takeaway from the debate for you? It was an issue. What happened to Mike there? Cell phone. Okay.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, okay. All right. We're talking with Mike Donahue, the Cape GOP, Cape May County GOP. The big event will be October 10th. It's a Friday. We hope to see you down there. It's going to be a fabulous day. The Seaport is, Rose says all the time, the hopping place in North Wildwood. That's right at the end of the boardwalk in North Wildwood. And I think it'll be indoors, given October, the whole thing. And Jack Ciattarelli will be there. Rich, Matt Rooney, me speaking. and others, okay? Let me take a call, and then we'll finish up with Mike there. I wanted to ask him about the debate. Let's go to Joe in Columbus here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
Dom, I wish these politicians would stop talking about lowering taxes because for the life of me, I can't recall the last politician who ever lowered taxes. Either one of these two the other night at Rider College should have said, I will stabilize, but don't say you're going to lower taxes.
Chitterelli said he wouldn't raise taxes. She would not take that pledge. And look, if you can't even say it there, Joe, that's usually a red warning sign. You can't even imagine a world where you're just not going to raise taxes during this next period of time.
No, we have too much of a burden going on thanks to those 4 years of, ridiculousness that went on. My side answer, Dom, and I think we all collectively hate this guy, but you Pennsylvanians blame it and direct it to us, and we New Jerseyans direct it at you. But I contend that this guy is the emergence or the reason for the New Jersey State Turnpike salute. And that's the guy who goes down that left lane with all the high beams flashing at him at 55 miles an hour and will not let anybody pass him, especially on shore traffic.
And you think it's us. It's not Jerseyans, huh?
No, because we always say those GD Pennsylvania drivers, and I'm sure you say it back to us.
Oh, absolutely. Nobody's more aggressive and worse than Jersey. All right, Joe, but that's a good one. Yeah, the left lane. Put you down for that one, Joe.
I always find it interesting because I feel like when I'm in New Jersey, I'm the one being slow. But if I'm in Pennsylvania, it's always a Jersey driver just crawling in that left lane.
And I find it to be, aggressive driver. I'll admit to that. But when I go to New York, I feel like, man, I got to come up to another level of aggression just to get through this.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go back to Mike Donahue. So, Mike, we were talking the debate the other night. Did an issue crystallize coming out of this where people can see both sides? Was there anything that clear?
It's a shame I got dropped because what I was saying was so incisive and just great. Dom, I mean, there's an issue. There are a lot of issues, sanctuary statehood. There's the disastrous energy policy, though, that I think really is top of mind for New Jersey voters. I think of my 90-year-old mom writing her checks out every month going, why is my electric bill 25% higher? I didn't use any more electricity. What is going on here? And that's a direct result of Bill Murphy's fake Green New scam energy plan, master plan that Mikey Sherrill supports and is going to try to advance. And it has destroyed our ability to generate electricity in New Jersey. We used to be an electricity exporter into the grid so that our prices would stay low, and the Democrats blew that up. They shut down the plants. They did all these terrible things that led now to us having to import electricity and pay more for it. And they keep just doubling down on this, like, oh, no, stick with the green energy plan. And she, her famous quote, which was sort of tongue-in-cheek, but she said it that, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but if you're a good person, you'll do it.
Exactly.
As if we're bad people because we don't want to pay more for your Green New scam stuff.
Let me ask you as a strategist, though, okay? Given that they have nothing, you're exactly right on this issue. But in the minds of these people in Jersey, we have to deconstruct. They blame Trump. They blame the tariffs. I know it's ridiculous, but I think given they have nothing, that's something for them to play with here. How do you knock that down?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job of it. I think Jack has run a very good campaign. I thought he ran a good campaign in 21. He obviously did. He almost won, and I think they're running an even better campaign this time under Chris Russell and Eric Garpert, who are really running that thing. And, it's just hammering that issue home and saying it all the time, and repetition matters in campaigns, and Jack is on it. And he is encyclopedic on how this happened and how you fix it. And that's how you do it from a strategy standpoint. You just keep talking about it. You just keep reminding people of why they're paying so much more for electricity. And I think that message of it's all Trump's fault and the tariffs, et cetera, it resonates with people who are already voting for Mikey Sherrill.
Okay.
I don't know that it resonates with the average New Jerseyan who is saying, wait a minute, why is this like this? And they're hearing about how Phil Murphy's BPU did all these things. That Board of Public Utilities, I went there to argue against offshore wind. And when I got in front of them, over half of the commissioners of the Board of Public Utility were wearing wind turbine lapel pins. I'm not making this up.
Oh, God.
It was a kangaroo court. Imagine, I was on the bench, as you said, Presley calls me judge all the time. Imagine if I walked in the courtroom in my robe with a windmill lapel pin on a windmill case.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the guy on the other side would, well, I'm dead. I know how this is going. So they corrupted the BPU. They turned it into a branch of Murphy's green energy policy. And that's how we ended up where we are. I mean, he had these lofty goals that were impossible. And the worst part is they knew it was impossible. They knew it was impossible to get there. They did it anyway because they want to be, as Phil Murphy said, the California of the East Coast. They want a virtue signal to their woke friends that they're greener than everybody else at our expense. At our expense.
And, Mike, we know that South Jersey is the hotbed the last time for Jack, and our gut instincts tell us it is again. And we are right in the center of that as far as turnout. If the turnout is better than the last time, more intense, he'll win.
Well, Jack has an 11-point enthusiasm advantage over Mikey Sherrill among voters. So that's huge. I mean, that can't be overstated. And when you look at it, somebody put out recently, if you head down that 295 corridor and sort of make that dividing line between North and South Jersey went for Trump by something like +7. So that is kind of, that's the bulwark against the urban centers in North Jersey for Jack. And I think people will turn out. I mean, obviously, we're doing everything we can. Every county chair is doing everything that they can. And Jack's campaign, the RGA, the Republican Governors Association, is now in New Jersey running ads. The RNC has been here since before the primary, working on election integrity. So we have great interest from all over the country in Jack winning, which is huge. It's going to be the difference in the end, I believe, that we have these outside groups. I was saying earlier that it's kind of like the first Gulf War when all the troops were amassed on the border. Well, those tanks are rolling across the border now. I mean, those troops are coming in. So, we're registering thousands of voters between Early Vote Action with Scott Pressler and Sarah Razzie, who's doing just a great job in Jersey for him. Cliff Maloney's operation, which is now New Jersey Chase. He ran PA Chase for Trump and is credited with really moving the needle in Pennsylvania to win that state for President Trump and ultimately the presidency. So it's tremendous to have them here on the ground. And we have our county organizations, which still matter. There's a lot of people who volunteer. Even in Cape May County, which are a small county population-wise, we have almost 300 county committee people in our Republican organization who are all engaged. And that is exponential because they all have family and friends. And so it's all activated. It's all working. It's all pushing hard. And, what I say is Jack going to win? I believe he is, and I hope that he will, but I know he can. And that's really where we need to be. Jack can win. There's no doubt that Jack can win. His latest internal poll has him up by a point, which is unheard of for a Republican in New Jersey. Usually you're behind by 6 or 7 and you try to close that gap when it comes time to vote. But Jack has, they have us up 1 point. That's huge. And if that holds true, he's going to win. So we got to close the deal, as Jack says, all gas, no brake from here on out. And, it's going to take a lot of hard work, and you kind of have to play a perfect game. But, I saw Jordan Davis run 18 miles an hour for 60 yards and score a touchdown on Sunday. So anything is possible.
Exactly.
So we know we can make it happen, and I believe we will. But everybody has to keep their shoulder to the wheel, and really finish strong.
Absolutely. So October 10th, Mike, where do people go? More information to tell you they're coming, whatever. Where do they go?
Yes. All right. So you go to capegop.com, capegop.com. And you register there. Click the link to register. You can click the link to see all the great speakers. As I said, we'll be adding you to that list. We're rolling these things out to keep interest. And it looks like we'll probably hit around 1,000 people or so, which is going to be huge. Might do more than that as people are tuning in, and we're really pushing here in these last 3 weeks or so. But capegop.com, register for the Cape GOP America First Return to the Wildwoods rally. We had this idea really back in December or so about putting this together in the spring to kind of recreate the magic of President Trump's largest America First rally in history, which was in the Wildwoods on the beach, as you recall. It was huge. And I figured if we could capture just a little bit of that magic and get this going, it'll be a great event. It'll help us with momentum going into the fall election. And it's coming together. And it's me, it's Mayor Patrick Rosanello from North Wildwood. It's my partner, Matt Rooney, as you know. We have my executive director from Cape GOP, Mac Tacitano, a whole bunch of other people who are really putting this together. And it's going to be the biggest thing we've ever done. And I think it'll be a great rallying cry for Jack, but also with the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Exactly.
We'd much rather have Charlie, but people are inspired to get involved. People want to participate. And I went to a gathering in Cape May County the other night that was really put together in a very short period of time. There were hundreds of people there for a candlelight vigil. It was really a great event. And we're going to have that as well. And Cliff Maloney, who's a good friend of Charlie's, will sort of be helping us lead that. And it's we're really looking forward to it. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it because we're energizing people and we're giving people a place to go who want to do something right now. There's so many people we want to do something right now. I can tell you, I'm working with the young lady, Heather, who's putting together a Turning Point in New Jersey, and she can't keep up with the amount of people who are registering, who are joining. She has over 6,000 people who have signed up. She's putting in county coordinators, and it's huge. We're in a historical moment. And I said this on another show that, not to be over the top about it, but when you look at these leaders of these movements who are assassinated, it's a terrible, horrible thing. But it doesn't kill the movement. It tends to grow the movement. It tends to just sort of explode the movement and interest in the movement. And that's what's happening right now with Turning Point, with Charlie's assassination, that people are saying, okay, that's it. That's enough. I've been sitting on the sidelines too long. I'm joining up. I want to get involved. And it's a tremendous thing to see. It's a real tribute to Charlie. But it's, we're gonna have a vigil for him as well, candlelight cell phone vigil as they call it, and some prayers, and it'll be a good event. But we'll do it with great joy, not a morose type of thing. It's going to be a celebration, and I really appreciate you letting me come on, Dom. CapeGOP.com, October 10th, 4 to 7, and we'll have a great time. We'll rally for Jack. Jack will be there and speak. And we have a lot of other great speakers. We have Cliff, as I mentioned. We have, of course, Zioli and yourself, Matt Rooney. We have confirmed Paula Scanlon, which is great. She's a great young woman fighting for women's rights.
Put a beer keg there to save her spot, as we did at Mulligan's, or I'll have to bring it.
Is that what you did?
Oh, yeah, for our parking spot. It's this well-shined up, Dan had to shine it, beer keg that Johnny Z puts in the spot. That's how you know you're right.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
That was the day my wells.
I know. We'll get you one the next time you're there. We'll make sure you get one. All right, Mike. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming on. To be continued. We'll keep on pumping it up.
Absolutely, Dom. CapeGOP.com. Register for our rally on October 10th. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mike Donahue. Hope to see you down there. There's a lot of great spots. To eat. Rowe will be coming with me too. Rich, Matt Rooney, and there's a whole list there. Go there and register now. All right, so calls coming up. Jump in on the side question. At 2 o'clock, we'll talk with Christian Toto about the idea of what's happening tonight with Kimmel. 855-839-1210. My friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for your entire family. You'll enjoy crystal clear drinking water as the Giordanos did, thanks to Martin Water Conditioning. Great opportunity for you to do the same. We love it, and Martin Water, their family, is incredible to work with. Nobody is as passionate about water. You got to see them on the water test. They show you the impurities coming out. It's amazing. And right now, additional value. Save up to $500 on select systems for your home. Want to improve your drinking water? Martin's is offering $100 off Connecticut's K5 drinking system. Save $40 off UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central PA locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of better water this fall.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Dude, did you order the
new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Visit your local Verizon store today. Best 5G source. Root metrics data, United States, 1H2025. All rights reserved. Additional terms and conditions apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. We're going to talk with our buddy Christian Toto in Hollywood coming up about Jimmy Kimmel tonight. The latest on how this plays out. But you heard Mike Donahue. This is a very winnable race in Jersey. And you know by now, it's not just about Jersey. It sets the tone headed into the midterms. It's a talking point. It's a vibe. It produces that sense of where the country's going. And that is very important to win campaigns. Now, I don't know if President Trump is going to come to Jersey, is going to do all that. All that I know is we'll be there. Hope to see you. It's a great event if you're anywhere near there. You heard the tribute to Charlie Kirk that will happen there. Just another added element to it. So we'll be rolling out. There are going to be some more interesting parts of this, some more surprises, and we expect a very big turnout. All right, Christian Toto next. Haven't talked with him in a while. He's got a lot on Jimmy Kimmel. Where does this go next? In addition to that, Dom's Money Melody for a big prize, and we'll get a winner. Put your name into the hat. 855-839-1210.
Yo, city drivers, you know the grind, the potholes, the constant stop and go, the mileage racking up quick. When your ride suddenly gives out, that's a problem you don't need. It's time to future-proof your ride. CarShield gets it. We're talking a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves you from those nasty out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Engine light on, transmission acting up? Imagine paying almost nothing for covered repairs. Yeah, you heard that right, nothing. This special alert is for every American driver with your factory warranty running out or you've got no coverage at all. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and we're hooking you up. Activate today and also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even car rental options, no extra cost. Don't get stuck with unexpected repair bills. Drive smart, drive protected. Call CarShield for your free quick quote right now and future-proof your ride today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What are you waiting for? Call 800-220-4067. 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
It's time to fall into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 34% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
All right, it is downtime. So don't forget on the side question, we're going to have to take it off now. You missed your chance. Philly's Karen could have been a winner today on somebody. This coming off Joe Concha yesterday and the new book that he might be coming out. Yeah, I think Philly's Karen would have been right up there.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. Christian Toto, we haven't spoken with him in a while. He's the host of Hollywood in Toto, T-O-T-O. Podcast, and just when there's something national like Jimmy Kimmel, we used to call on him. We're calling on him again. What potentially happens tonight? How does this break? You got these affiliates now. Nexstar joining Sinclair. Can they withstand this? Are they behind the 8 ball now? Are they going to be under pressure? Let's go to Christian Toto here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Christian, welcome in. Thanks for joining us again.
Oh, my pleasure.
So, Christian, have you, I think when I Googled and looked back, you've talked to Jimmy Kimmel over the years. Have you ever interviewed him?
You know, I never have. I've interviewed Adam Carolla, his tag team partner, quite a bit.
Right.
But never Jimmy directly. And boy, I'd like to talk to him now, that's for sure.
So, but you know late night TV. You're great at breaking this down. This wasn't an off joke or anything. This was the monologue that they do. What in the world was going on, do you think, where he came to the point blaming MAGA people for this killing?
It's cruel. It's a lie. Mm-hmm. It wasn't remotely funny, but it really wasn't meant to be a joke. You know, late night monologues used to be punchline,
right.
set up.
Yeah.
Johnny Carson might do that sort of silly golf swing if he bumbled a joke or a gag didn't land. You know, that it was shtick and it was funny and it was based on the headlines and silly things like that. Now it is really op-eds. It's really just far left op-eds on the air, and the jokes are maybe beside the point. The jokes aren't even the point. You can hear whole bits of conversation where there's not even an attempt to be funny. It's just where this format has landed in 2025. What was he thinking? I genuinely don't know. So I guess the big question is, did he know it was a lie when he said it? And then also, why won't he just apologize? Listen, I don't like comedians apologizing for jokes, but this wasn't a joke. But also in a time of national tragedy, and this was a national tragedy, blaming the people who are mourning for the loss of their conservative leader instead of correctly saying it was someone from the other party is not just your average lie. It's a pretty darn big one. And the fact that all reports seem to indicate that he either will never apologize, or even after the fact when Disney said, hey, can you at least correct the record or do something? He held his ground. So, I mean, it's just a bizarre situation where, hey, you make a mistake, you're a broadcaster. Just, say, hey, I screwed up. That's okay. And, we're a pretty forgiving country. If you look contrite and say, hey, I got a little ahead of my skis, I said the wrong thing, it's a tragic situation. I'm no Trump fan, as you know, but I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Right.
It's really not hard.
And Christian, 200 people work allegedly, but that's the number that's out there to produce this show, which is astounding to me, that nobody there in the processing of this would say something to him. Well, Jimmy, that's not correct. The information doesn't back that up. Or do they not have any access to what he might say?
Here's the thing. Jimmy Kimmel bragged about a year and a half ago that he has a team of fact checkers behind him.
There we go.
And that's why his monologues are straight and true. And he says, if once in a while I do make a mistake, I will happily apologize when it happens. That's what he said about an Aaron Rodgers kerfuffle. You can Google the disagreement there. And he was actually in the right because Aaron Rodgers said something about him that was incorrect. So where was that, Jimmy Kimmel? And also, what's fascinating about this whole situation, there's so many interesting elements. Either there's no one on his staff you said who knows how many people there are who knew the truth, or maybe someone did know that was a lie and they were so frightened, ashamed, wary of raising their hands in the meeting or on the set and saying, hey, that's not right. You've got it completely wrong. I don't know if we should go on air with this. This wasn't like a stand-up comedy routine where someone goes on stage and riffs. This is a monologue that is written down and prepared by his team. But the most telling part of all of this is that by Tuesday, it started to go wild. And at that point, he must have known at some point that he got it all wrong. And yet Tuesday night, he went back on air, went to the stage and didn't correct the record. And by published reports, says he doesn't want to correct the record. He doesn't want to apologize. I mean, what does that say about him as a broadcaster, if not a person?
Yeah, and that would have been a point. A mild apology on Tuesday might have done the trick. Christian, the people I talk with, in my own sense too, maybe with Disney and some of these heads, the point between them and Kimmel, not much, but he won't go after Trump as much. He's not going to talk about that. You think that could be kind of an agreement, even if he violates it within a week? and we move on. What propelled them? Hollywood pressure that his contract is up not too far down the road and they don't have to deal with this? What propelled them to kind of backtrack on this?
It's a good question. I don't know the solid answer. Certainly the Hollywood pressure was pretty intense. It's a very bubbled community.
Yeah.
So, Disney doesn't look good in that arena. And all these celebrities are these new free speech warriors who have ignored free speech attacks the last decade are suddenly attacking Disney. And listen, Disney wants him on the air. They want him to share these far left points of view. I don't want him to be silenced. I don't want him to attack Trump less. I'd like to be fact-based. I'd like maybe once in a while have a funny joke in there. Maybe that's a little too much to ask. So I don't know what's going on. It's a very complicated situation because then you have some affiliate groups, two of them, which are still not going to run Jimmy Kimmel Live on their stations. Now, they may be waiting to see what he says tonight. I suspect that's the case. I think if he's contrite, if he apologizes, I think they'll kind of let the show back on, which is fine. In my perfect world, he'd be, suspended for a week or two as a punishment for being just terrible and just get him back in the air. I don't want him silenced. But, anti-Trump sentiment is everywhere. It's everywhere. And that's fine. It's the president. You can make fun of the president. You can mock the president. That's what makes our country great. But this whole new narrative that Trump shut him down, well, how do you get back on the air in a week?
Exactly.
Is he the worst dictator in the world or what?
Right. Christian, the other thing, too, is the stunning numbers of some of these shows, not just late night, as far as a relatively moderately conservative guest that's known that way versus the other side of this. I hate the fairness doctrine, that whole concept. Since I started in talk radio way back when, that's been talked about. You can't do that. But isn't that a point? Wouldn't these be better shows? Aren't there people, somebody like you, for example, I think, to talk with versus just people that are in this camp?
Well, it would be a much better show and more entertaining if they actually had like a Ben Shapiro pop by and was a guest on the show and they had a good, respectful, but heated debate about the issues of the day. That would be better TV. Listen, one of the great things about comedy is that it's about surprise. Comedians will mention two things and the third item is something you didn't expect. It's about being taken off guard. And everything about these late night shows, for the most part, is predictable. The angle, the targets, the sort of line of thinking. Maybe you don't exactly know the verbiage, but it's always what you expect, exactly what you expect. That doesn't seem entertaining to me. I don't even know how he has as big of audience as he does, and he doesn't have a big audience, but I don't know how anyone finds it attractive.
Well, brings me to the thing, too, and we should have gotten you on just on this alone before. My producer, I'm not sure about a current producer, Henry, where were you on record with Gutfeld? You didn't find him funny?
No, not a Gutfeld
And
guy.
Dan, my other producer, really didn't find him funny. And I don't find it that funny, but I get the void sort of that's there. What is it that is driving Gutfeld to numbers that are beyond belief?
Well, part of it is he's the only game in town if you're right of center, or you don't want those lectures. Part of it is that their panel has some interesting voices. Part of it is Gutfeld has a bit of an irreverent tone to him. He could be a little edgy. He could be a little weird. He could be a little unexpected in a way. And also, they love to mock themselves. They constantly take jabs at Fox and Friends and Brian Kilmeade and Jesse Waters. They do that a lot. And I think it feels, I watch Gutfeld from time to time. It feels more liberated. It doesn't feel as constricted. And it feels like they care about the funny and they care about, I don't know, it's just a different approach to it. It doesn't seem as lectury to me. Listen, it's certainly one-sided. Some of the writing can be inconsistent. But it's a nightly show. It's tough to really get pristine jokes night after night after night. But I don't know. It doesn't feel as heavy and as cumbersome and like you're eating your vegetables, like when you watch a Colbert or Kimmel.
That's well put, definitely. So, Christian, what do you have in your podcast recently? What are some of the things people will find at Hollywood in Toto, your podcast?
Well, I did an interview with the producer behind a new movie called The Elephant in the Room. It's a rom-com about a very liberal woman who's trying to find the right guy. She meets a great guy, and he's a Trump supporter. And it's been a fascinating, it's a fascinating film. We have a great conversation. We try to bring people together via pop culture. And then later this week, I'm going to have a conversation with one of the stars of a new show. It's called The Promised Land. It's going to be on YouTube. It's very funny. And it's what if they took the Office approach, that documentary style comedy gimmick, and applied it to the Bible and the story of Moses. And I've seen the first episode, and I laughed a lot. Mm-hmm. So we talked to one of the key players behind that. And, I try to bring out stories and interviews and angles and themes that you're not getting across the pop culture landscape. It's what I attempt, at least, to do best.
Well, you do it very, very well. Hollywood in Toto, the podcast. Christian, thank you very much. Great to talk with you again.
Good to be back. Thanks.
Christian Toto here. Henry, I think that's the first time he may have been on with you. I mean, he used to be a regular stop here, and it just occurred to me with the Kimmel thing, et cetera. All right, he put out a lot of reasons why Gutfeld might be succeeding. I think a lot of them are accurate, but they show you it still can be done. It doesn't have to be Johnny Carson. It doesn't have to be perfect. There you go. Yeah, Kilmeade, Jesse Waters. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Okay. Coming to your calls, but first, your opportunity every day at around 2:13, 2:14. It's
Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, a pair of tickets today to see The Real Diamond, a tribute to Neil Diamond, perform at the Zlock Performing Arts Center, Bucks County Community College, Saturday, October 11th. For tickets, visit bucks.edu/tickets.
Yeah, Dom. So today, for the Money Melody, or not for the Money Melody, for the side question first, we were asking for the worst person you would put on like a worst person list here. Haven't been a lot of women yet. I've noticed that. Have you noticed that? I mean, that tends to be true. With
Yoko Ono. Yeah, that was about it.
That's about it. Yeah. So I think we need more evil women on this show, and that's exactly what I'm going to bring you here today. I am actually playing you the song "Evil Woman."
Of course.
But of course, it's not going to be played by Electric Light Orchestra. No, it is going to be played by someone else. So I want to know the name of this cover band covering Evil Woman. Some notes about this band. They're an 80s band with a alliterative name, and a note about them is that their band's name comes from a character from the film Barbarella. So I'm going to play you this clip.
Jane Fonda.
Yeah, I'm going to play you this
French
clip.
director.
I want to know who is singing this cover song. Yeah, Don, want this 80s band. The
Again,
name.
The build-up was fine. When we come to the moment of truth, that's the thing I always listen for. It's pretty hard to do that. We've been trained to hear the other.
Yeah.
But the build-up, not bad.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a pretty good cover.
Yeah, exactly. We got to get Dan in here. He gives awful covers every day. He just churns them out. Yeah.
Haven't had too many foreign covers lately.
Yeah, Finland. It's in Finnish. It was always with that. Who is this guy in Finland who's big? You know, we had to go through that. Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right. So hit us with that, and you're off to see Real Diamond. They are very, very good at the Zlock, one of our favorite spots. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210, and you get the belt for the day. People ask me, is there really a belt? All right, I have to come up with a belt. I don't know how we'd get it back every day. We may have to send it to you online, a little picture of the belt. 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, T-Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex4u.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, here's today's clue. Who's covering this classic song? All right, let's go to Lori in Levittown on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Lori. Who's covering the song?
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I think
I think it's Duran Duran.
All right, guys are too good. Can't get anything by them. That's exactly right. Henry, any other tidbit on that?
No, I just thought it was a great cover, and song fit the side question.
Okay. A couple of things. One, a verdict has been reached in the attempted assassin trial, the Roth guy, of President Trump. And we don't know the verdict yet, but my sense is this quick. It's guilty. I'm not sure of how many charges or whatever, but that's breaking. And the thing here is what really got me and probably got you about this. The screw up that happened in Butler is unforgivable. That was the first where the president was hit, okay? But then after that, how in the world does the Secret Service allow this nut to encamp himself inside the foliage surrounding the golf course? I think it was the 6th hole. To be able to get off a shot, at least, to get shot at himself and flee. What the hell is going on here? Particularly after the Crooks situation. You would think you got to tighten up. Now, look, these things are not easy. Look at all the dignitaries they have to, I use that word advisedly, at the UN today, dealing with that. Or a simple thing. You can say, well, things happen. The president going up an escalator, and the escalator just stops all of a sudden at the UN. You would think somebody, hey, president's coming through here, today, First Lady. How's that escalator? Oh, yeah, fine. Then everybody has to look at him. And then he blames it to say that's why it was a bit late. What's going on here at the UN? Then the teleprompter breaks down. So the jury has reached a verdict in this. And again, this guy has been all over the map in wanting to go after someone like Trump. This is more on how in the world would you, well, they're arguing, it's pretty difficult to cover someone on a golf course. I get that, but it's the president. Playing golf is good for him. And it's the type of stuff where you just have to do better. That's the underlining of this case. Senator Ron Johnson yesterday, and by the way, it'll be up on my Twitter and the station's Twitter, the interview with Dr. Oz, who was one of the key players with this announcement yesterday vis-a-vis Tylenol and autism. Ron Johnson put out a study that indicated, they looked at it for a number of years, the deaths due to Tylenol, one way or the other, were about 706 a year. Deaths due to overexposure, call it what you will, to ivermectin were 17 a year. Now, I wouldn't have taken ivermectin per se, wouldn't have been my choice during the COVID major part of the crises, but people that did were vilified. Remember that? Horse pills. Remember the stuff that we went through? The banning, the trying to stop this, the disinformation during COVID. So much of where we are today when it comes to public health is due to what? What happened during COVID? The petty tyranny here in Pennsylvania of Wolf. These people out in Bucks County, Diane Marseglia, more emails have come to light. She's the chief commissioner, the one that squared off with Scott Presler. And over at Delaware County, where I write, Delaware County Journal, the public is over it. Marseglia lashes out after emails show Democrats overrode a health official on COVID rules. Everybody was ready to go back to school. You may remember that in Bucks County. Then suddenly, Dr. Damsker was ceasing and desisting. The guy that we honored, I haven't spoken with him since this happened, I think, put into the basement of the public health facility. He was hot across Pennsylvania, releasing people to go back to school. They didn't like that. They couldn't have it. So this is going to be a real test with this Harvey guy and with Diane Marseglia. I just bill it under, what the hell is wrong with people in Bucks County? It's the one county where we see a pretty strong Republican Party, not like Delaware County. Montgomery County is a little Philadelphia, so I know that's difficult. But Bucks, Trump has won Bucks the last time around, and yet we have to deal with people like this. This is still ongoing. Meg Brock, Jamie Walker, friends of the show that have been on multiple times around this. Do people just not pay attention? to what they did to comply, to aid and abet with the state to shut down schools. That's exactly what I'll give Diane Mersegian one thing. She's aggressive. You know, she's not going to be pushed around. She's willing to say anything. Come back on the show, Diane. We've had a couple of interesting conversations over the years. Henry, you can ask, based on this or anything she wants to talk about, was the handling of COVID a success in Bucks County? We've never come to a reckoning on this. This poisoned the well. As I see it, what COVID did, it poisoned the public health well. It really destroyed credibility in any of this stuff. It put kids back quite a bit in schools, and we haven't undone that, even though we spent a lot of money trying to do it. And it just has opened up a battlefield on every single issue when it comes to health, where it's very difficult for people to get good information. And now as we move into taking on autism, you're going to see even more of a battle. But these emails, as the Delaware County Journal says, they indicate they just think people are over this. That's it. We're moving on. Even those big legal cases, Meg Brock one and Walker, et cetera, that nobody cares. I just, for the life of me, find it hard to believe what a lot of people out there in the suburbs care about anymore. They seem like they're insulated from crime, illegal immigration, things of that nature, so they don't care. And they continue to vote for Democrats who to them seem to be moderate in the way they speak. You know, the Golden Girls, Houlihan and Dean and Mary Gay Scanlon. Mary Gay Scanlon, for those out there, I'll go back to last week when we had that resolution, essentially saying political violence is out of bounds and Charlie Kirk was a patriotic American. That clown, and those of you that vote for her out there in the suburbs, if she voted no, that would be bad enough on that. She voted present. How do you get away with stuff? Jimmy Kimmel, now national figure, I get it, the statement he made about MAGA and all that, a lie, has gone through at least a little bit of turmoil here. Mary Gay Scanlon, nobody asked anybody about these things. It's like we're stuck for life with these Democrats in the suburbs. And you know the fear when it comes to losing Pennsylvania presidentially. That's one of the biggest fears. I'm speaking in Bucks County next week, and I'm going to try to work some of this stuff in. Public is over it, says Diane Mersaglia. Are they? Look at these repercussions of it. But they don't point toward her. They don't know where to point. They don't point to her and Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey. Well, who else did it? The emails show this clearly. What party is completely soft on crime? What party, just take a look at Philadelphia, or the people running out there for sheriff and DA in Bucks County? They're not strong on going after crime in the way the two Republicans are. But everything's fine in the suburbs, I guess. And I think the last time they ran, the issue they ran on was your abortion rights. What do these commissioners in Bucks County have to do with your abortion rights as far as a national debate? What the heck happened to the suburbs? I keep on asking that. So does Guy Shiraki. He provides more answers. I'm still amazed at where we've come with this. All right, we're going to get your answers next on the side question here. Joe Concho on yesterday around this time was spectacular. Got to get him back again. He said his publisher called, Roth first is guilty on all charges, okay? Possession of a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer. I'm not sure if it's attempted murder. Felon in possession of a firearm and ammo. I'm not sure if I haven't seen that he's charged with attempted murder yet in this, if that was a charge, but found guilty on all charges. Ought to go to jail for life. But also, the bottom line is not this nut. The bottom line is the Secret Service. Remember when they used to be something you would almost 100% count on? I wouldn't count on them if I were president, fully, given what we've seen. Now, there are new people in charge. So maybe there's reform there where you can count on them again. But this was more shocking than the other one to me. 855-839-1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
The Drive into Fall sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, you can get an ultra-low payment lease on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe. Only $349 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT and lease for just $179 a month for 24 months. But hurry in, these offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A warm and humid air mass will continue to build into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a late day shower or storm, high up around 85. Tonight, a shower or storm possible this evening, otherwise partly cloudy. It'll be mild with a low 68. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and humid with a high 83.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Tom Giordano Show coming to you on the side question. Tonight, Jimmy Kimmel in the spotlight. Our buddies, Josh Barton. We get this. These are actual prop bets you can make. Henry, what do you say? What will Jimmy Kimmel say first tonight? Minus 500 if you say Kirk. Trump plus 300. I'll go with Kirk. Oh, you think not?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's going to be an upset.
Yeah, are those the only two options?
Yeah, well, that's what you're betting on.
Okay,
right,
I'd have to lean Trump.
All right. Kirk, what do you say?
My namesake. And also, too, I think what he's going to do is he's going to prepare a script, but the ABC, Disney/ABC lawyers are going to, so I don't think, so I'm going with, with my namesake.
Okay. All right. Second bet. What will Jimmy Kimmel say first? There's only two choices. I mean, that's
okay. All right.
FCC or car. I think he'll say, might not say either one, but if he says either one, I think he'll say FCC.
I think he's going to refer to Brendan Carr, but he's going to refer to him as like an FCC guy. He's not going to name him.
Okay. I don't think that counts. I think he has to say the name Carr.
I think.
All right, then that's what I'm saying. It'll be FCC.
FCC. Okay, he'll avoid that.
He'll avoid the name.
What will Kimmel say first? Republican minus 150 or MAGA plus 110?
MAGA.
You think MAGA?
I can't believe MAGA's plus money.
Yeah, I agree. I would put the money down on that one.
Yep.
Will Jimmy Kimmel wear a red tie tonight? Yes, plus 550. No, minus 1,000. I'd say no.
Yeah,
I would say no, too.
Just red?
Yeah. Yeah, just red. That's the only choice. No.
I'd say there's red in the tie. I'd say it's a nice bipartisan tie.
That's
candy cane stripes.
Okay.
Nicely done.
That's very good. Will Jimmy Kimmel, now how are we determining this, apologize to the Kirk family? I think he'd have to say to the Kirk family or to Mrs. Kirk, yes is minus 200, no is plus 150.
Woof.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
I'm saying no.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying no too.
I don't think he apologizes to anyone.
But no,
but
he
the
won't.
Fans.
Yeah, he might say, right. I'm sorry about this, but he's not going to apologize for the act to them. Will he announce a donation to Turning Point USA? Yes.
Absolutely not.
Plus 150, no, negative 200. I'm going to take the no. That's a good bet. He's not going to do that.
No.
I'm a sucker for the plus sign. I think
yes.
I think he'll donate in silence,
okay.
but he's not going to mention.
Now get ready for this one. Which eye will first have a teardrop from it? The left eye, plus 100. The right eye, minus 140.
The right eye.
Yeah,
the right eye?
It's
okay.
like the coin toss in the Super Bowl. Just go left.
Here we go. Will Jimmy Kimmel make a Donald Trump joke? Yes, minus 120. No, minus 120. How are you supposed to bet on that then?
Wow, that's another coin flip.
Hammer the yes.
Oh, he's going to make it. He's going to make a Trump joke. He's got to make like an innocuous Trump joke. At some point.
I think it's in his contract.
Yeah, he has to. Yeah. Will he sign a new contract in 2026? Yes, plus 150. No, minus 200. I say no.
Yeah, I'd say I'll sign up on a no.
And when he leaves, will he go to Comedy Central, Netflix, YouTube, HBO, Amazon Prime, NBC, or Fox? I'd say Netflix somehow or another.
He's going to do a podcast. I mean, majority of these comedians are on there.
Maybe he'll do it with Adam Carolla.
Oh, that'd be something.
And this Clay Travis guy, Henry, do we have that queued up? This guy's lost his mind here. This is cut 5. He was on the Kimmel Show. He is the Outback guy, and he's a nationally syndicated guy, and you see him on Fox a lot. Here's Clay Travis telling Fox that Disney made the right decision bringing Kimmel back.
Joining me now is Outkick founder and co-host of the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, Clay Travis. So it's not, Clay, a firing. It was a suspension, a short suspension from Disney.
Yeah, and Will, I bet you would agree with me. I teed off on this. I don't want to be lectured about the First Amendment from anyone who said nothing when Roseanne's top-rated show was pulled off the air 7 years ago, from people who said nothing when Gina Carano's show was pulled off of Disney Plus because people didn't like their social media postings. I didn't hear a single person on the left. I didn't hear a single person in Hollywood speak out. They all cheered it, in fact. I would say this is the right decision because I don't like the idea of deciding based on one comment that we're not going to have somebody on the air anymore.
Let's stop it there. Let's stop it there. Okay, buddy, let's stop it there. All right. And I don't really want to see anybody lose their job if possible, but we talked to Christian Toto about this. Here's why why the affiliates and others can make a decision to say that's it. This is a pattern. It is obvious to me. 200 people working there. We talked to Christian Toto. Nobody sees this and goes, yo, this is so raw, so sensitive at this part, and it's a lie. You're either a dope, which he, I believe, is. He's outside his lane. Or you're just straight up lying, saying this was a MAGA person that did this in the middle of this. So there was a pattern here with Kimmel. He's caught up in this constantly. It's not a joke that didn't land. It's a public statement. It's a monologue. Then yes, and you have the affiliates in an uproar over this. I certainly think it's worthy. I don't think it becomes now the car guy. I've been on record. I don't like him. I hope he is out of this from the FCC. Let's see what the affiliates do based on this. So is this fireable? Yeah, I would say it is. And again, it's an indictment of the entire bubble there. You heard Christian Toto, I'm glad we got him on, Henry, say he would talk about his fact checkers. Well, I'm assuming in advance they know somewhat what he's going to say. Didn't the fact checkers say, hey, Jimmy, that's not right. This is not a MAGA guy. You got to stick away from that. And the sensitivity is so raw, this is going to be difficult. And he had Tuesday night where he could have apologized. Now, look, if he doesn't want to apologize, he wants to stand on his artistic freedom and all that. He has every right to do that. I understand that. All right. Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today, and I'll get right to my side answer. But I would need you to think of them commercials about the most interesting man in the world.
Yes.
If they were narrated by David Attenborough, okay? Because this creature that I'm about to describe to you is very interesting, Dom. It's easily distinguishable by its crazy eyes and its ugly eyeglasses and its aversion to fun. It's innately drawn to the color green, and while performing their hall monitor duties as children, they often dream of controlling their own homeowners association. While they often claim to be the guardians of truth, reality is their kryptonite. Remarkably, they live in a convoluted world where up is down and right is wrong, and they think everything in their area belongs to them, even if it's a baseball that lands within 50 feet of where they're sitting. They claim that the sinking of the Titanic was a crisis manufactured by the right.
Oh, gee.
I give you the most annoying people in the world, Dom, the modern leftist. And I will leave it there, and you guys have a great day, okay?
It's almost an unfair competition here, Henry, with that kind of stuff.
How do you follow that?
That was so beautifully done. Question, are the Homeowners Association, which I've always been an enemy of, and yet DJ and Luke both live inside one now. I mean, we're going to have to talk about homeowners tomorrow. He said they're left, progressive, and all that. I could see some of that, or are they? Or are they a free fall of bipartisan Budinskis, the homeowners? You think they're more left?
I wouldn't say they're left. They're just authoritarian. It's my way or the highway.
Right.
This is my HOA.
So you don't think there's any ideology?
I don't think it's an ideology thing. I think it's a power thing.
Yeah, I agree. But he said it was left. Then I'm in kind of agreement. I said it could be across the board.
Yeah, I would presume they'd go more to the left. But
I guess I would presume that a little bit. Yeah. All right.
I get what he's coming from.
What are the odds that both DJ and Luke are in homeowners associations now? Oh, my God.
You try to raise them as best as you can.
Well, there was a great value for them and all, and I guess DJ is trouble putting up with it. Luke's, okay so far. Yeah. All right. It is the lightning round next. We got some good ones on board. We'll hear yours. We'll get a winner on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife, Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you've worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, today, coming off of Joe Concha yesterday, he's writing a book, 99 People Most Annoying, the worst person in the world. We're looking for that. That's what you can hit us with. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, who's yours?
I'm going to try and go up against Robert. Mine would be Twitter libs. You ever try and hold a discussion with a liberal on Twitter? I mean, all they do is answer with non sequiturs and deflection. I mean, let me give you an example. I'd like to hire someone to be a caretaker for my child. You tell me something about yourself. Well, I break into people's homes and kidnap them in their sleep, take them to my warehouse. I tie them to a chair and torture them with battery jumper cables and a battery, and I douse them in alcohol and set them on fire, and I'm gay. I'm afraid we can't hire you. It's because I'm gay, right? It's like, no, it's because you're a psycho killer. It's because I'm black, isn't it? No, it's because you're crazy and you're a white man. Don't assume my gender.
All right, thank you, Earl.
I don't know if he's arguing with real people on Twitter. That sounds like a bot to me.
Yeah, maybe there's a little.
We got to remember that most of Twitter is bots now.
Yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah, Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. The person I find to be disappointing is Hunter Biden. He is born into wealth and luxury and is accorded every opportunity while growing up. Then, when he reaches maturity, rather than establishing a professional career for himself, he engages in narcotics and drugs instead of finding stability with a woman and a family.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, well, he is the face when we hear all the time about privilege. Hunter Biden is the walking, talking face of privilege. You know, the other side ought to be able to admit that when we hear that. He reeks of it, more so than almost anybody we've seen in public life. Drew in Upper Darby with a fictional one. Hi, Drew. What do you have?
Hey, Dom, thank you. You know, Dom, anyone who wouldn't let a bunch of down on their luck guys who have all the time in the world, wouldn't let them watch the World Series is not a very nice person, and that's Nurse Ratched. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
You know what? She won the Academy Award, Drew, I believe, for that. And that struggle with
Louise Fletcher. Yes,
Louise Fletcher, that struggle when he was choking her when they were fighting for it, that is an all-time unbelievable struggle.
She also played Karen Carpenter's mother in The Carpenters. Okay. Thanks, Dom.
And she's got the ability, Henry, after that, to kind of dust herself off, fix the hat, and go back to torturing people. I mean, it's just great film.
Great film.
By the way, you know, when we were talking about this guy, and we'll get to winner in a second, have you ever seen The Parallax View?
No.
Not that it applies to Roth, who's independently of this. It's Warren Beatty. Great sleeper film. Didn't do great at the box office. Chilling about a group that finds and indoctrinates potential assassins.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's not gory in that manner. It's just really well done. The best of Beatty, I'd say. All right, Kirk, who did you like?
I'm going with Joe from Columbus, the left lane drivers.
Okay. All right, Henry.
Yeah, I like the left lane answer. Also,
Yes.
I mean, Robert and Ben Salem's answer of the modern left, this was pretty good, just given his whole explanation. And then I like Joe of Exton. He really shelled out Hunter Biden there. And,
that's good.
Yeah, Nurse Ratched. Who doesn't let you watch the World Series? That's ridiculous.
I got to go with Robert and Ben Salem today. To me, that was a tour de force. That was entertaining. That hit every beautifully done. But a lot of great calls. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. This attempted assassin, guilty on all charges, tried to apparently stab himself in court after the verdict. He was stopped, and he faces potentially life imprisonment. Again, the story here is protecting the president, though. Got to do better. This guy was a perfect example of somebody who should have never gotten that close. All right, Richie always ready to take you home with 4 big hours here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored